is harder than I like to think, but it's easy when you're by my side. No point in calling, you just have to see the fundamentals of our love tonight. Cause I've been looking at a photograph of you, and I've been thinking about all the ways you move. This isolation got me feeling like a movie, my love. Yeah, when I wake up, I feel empty, not beside you. My whole life been searching just to find you. This quality, it hasn't got the right to keep us apart. Killing time, we got nowhere to be. You're sending messages I can't ignore. No contemplating, come here close to me. I'm bored at home, can't leave the house no more. But I've been looking at a photograph of you, and I've been thinking about all the ways you move. This isolation got me feeling like I'm losing my love. Yeah, when I wake up, I feel empty, not beside you. My whole life been searching just to find you. This quantity, it hasn't got the right to keep us apart. You, when I wake up, I feel empty, not beside you. My whole life been searching just to find you. Quality, it hasn't got the right to keep us apart. How y'all doing tonight? Hope everybody's doing real good.
The real gypsy soul is in the house.
Bada bing, bada boom! Get over here! Get out of here!
Get over here. That's my son when he was younger. Hey, y'all. Hey, there's Gamer Girl. She said I slapped that button. Y'all hit that button when y'all come in here and ring that bell. Y'all sub up to me so I can see y'all next time. Hey, Lynn. Trixie, good to see you. Lynn, Chasing Justice, thank you. She's going to be listening while she's cleaning. All right. I hope you're not sick. Prayers for you. There's tattoos and unicorns. Good to see you. This is going to be a tough topic for me. So I might not stay on it. I'm just kidding. Yeah, the topic being boundaries in relationships. And there was another subtopic to this that I wanted to go over also. Not sure how I'm going to segue into it, but I want to talk about this thirst that singlehood has right now. And is it just in America? I mean, I'm American, so I can only judge from America. And so the segue being, are we graying our boundary lines because we're thirsty, we're lonely, we're desperate, we're needing void filled? We don't feel like we have control of what's going on in reality, whether it be politics, whether it be economical. Hey, Victoria, Kylie, good to see you. May, there's May. The green bud is here. I guess I'm asking, do you feel like we have dummied down our standards too when it goes to relationships in general? I don't just mean boyfriend, girlfriend. I mean, even in relationships where we're online gaming, because I hear people in general, like where I'm out and about or whatever, and I hear them exchange what they call roasting that they wouldn't accept from a family member, you know? So I guess I'm asking, are we graying our boundary lines online? And then as our online relationships become real relationships, we meet offline, we write each other offline, we date each other offline, we become each other's mentors offline. I'm wondering, are we spawning a whole new toxicity in relationships? And so I was going to read something that I shared on my community wall. Hopefully I can get through them all. If I don't, we'll have a part 2. If we need a part 3, so be it. But I think it's important to talk about, and I did find this list of 15 boundaries to have in relationships. So I was going to read those and go over each individually if we can, if we've got time and enough engagement here in the topic. But just that out there, the segue topic being, are we taking these 15 important relationship boundaries and graying them online? And then when we meet these people offline that we've met online, and we've already made that shadowy, things that we would tolerate in the virtual world, we wouldn't tolerate in real world, would we? Right? Hey, Chaotic. Here's Chaotic. Good to see you always. So we're talking about relationship boundaries, graying those boundaries online, and then lowering our standards, tolerating things almost in a sadomasochist way, where this is toxic. This is not a good friend. This isn't a good friend. This friend is probably a fair weather friend. Or this guy that I've met online talks to me in a way that I wouldn't tolerate in the real world. Do y'all get what I'm saying? Hey, Daisy Joe, good to see you as always. So that's sort of what we're talking about. I'm going to drop a link here. Anybody that wants to come up and get with the temperature of our community right now with what's happened with a fellow YouTuber and his live-in mate. They met here in our community, right? There's Sarah. Again, there's a link down there. So we're talking about relationship boundaries and those graying in our online relationships, us like dummying down our standards online. We're tolerating toxicity where we wouldn't offline. So why are we online, right? So I'm going to go over those 15. Sarah, if you want to come up, Chaotic, anybody. Going once, going twice. Y'all know I get punchy when I'm talking about heavy issues. That's just sort of how we handled heavy topics growing up, was to be punchy. So it's in no way disrespect or lessening the importance of the topic by any means. It's just, this is how I get through talking about heavy stuff. And that's actually one of the boundaries on the list. So I'll start going over them. Hey, Sub-Zero, good to see you. Yeah, so I'm going to start going over these, and I'm not ignoring you in chat. I just want to get through. There's 15 of them, and I think that they're each important. And if we could like chit chat about each one And again, there's a couple of links here. Anybody that wants to come in. I invited Sarah, and Sandy says she's really got good introspective thought process. I really respect her thought process, and she had talked about this topic on another channel earlier today, and I thought we could brainstorm a little bit. So let me go over here to my community wall. If you want to read along, it's on my community wall, and should be right after the Trizzo. It's the second thing down, called Boundaries and Relationships. You're feeling cranky? I get you. It's raining and crappy here, so I hear you. Okay, so top 15 relationship boundaries. Here we go. I gotta scroll down here and get to them. I hate pop-ups. 15 signs of a healthy boundary in a relationship. That's fine. Mutual respect is number one. These are 15 signs of a healthy boundary in a relationship. There's mutual respect with regard to each other's opinions, feelings, and preferences. They are willing to listen to each other's perspectives, even if it's different from their own. Hey, Kylie. There's Gamer Girl. I want to say hey to each one of you. I don't know how to be in strange situations when someone is angry or crying. Yeah, we get punchy in my family, it's just sort of how we dealt with chaos. She says, I'm gonna back. Okay, no problem. No problem. You can just hang out if you want, Sarah. No problem. And I'll read over this. Oh, hey, Angie, good to see you. Is it crappy weather up your way too? Sort of has been since like early this morning. We got the boom boom, and I was like, is that the government playing with our weather again? Let me put my allegedlys. Okay, there's yeah, hey, okay, Sandy. There's a couple links there in chat. Anybody want to come up and give your paste? Okay. There you go. Okay, so again, mutual respect. There is mutual respect with regard to each other's opinions, feelings, and preferences. They are willing to listen to each other's perspectives, even when it's different from their own. Hey, Deborah Ann, Sassy Mamacita, No Fear, Gamer Girl, Sub-Zero. Okay, I'll let y'all. I'm gonna drink my coffee real quick before I read. Got a good creamer. Okay, now the second one is ability to have difficult conversations without fighting. That's a tough one, especially when our opinions aren't the same. Why else would you be fighting, right? Having healthy boundaries allows you to have difficult conversations about sensitive issues or matters of disagreement in a civil manner. Here, yeah, me too. Me too. Me too. Absolutely. And I have learning disabilities, so there you go. It's it feels awkward, right? No one wants to feel tacky and sticky and yucky. Gypsy, did you see where we were under a tornado warning this morning? I heard it, and then I thought, Lord, is the government messing with our Messing with our weather again? Yeah, it's hard to be in heavy conversations like that. Was it? Boy, it was loud. It was just so loud. I hope you were safe and no one you know got hurt, or anyone got hurt for the matter. Yeah, we're doing good. How about you? Okay, so the ability to have difficult conversations without fighting, that's definitely a hard one for me. And then 3, space to pursue hobbies and goals, right? When you're able to flourish and celebrate each other's, um, artistic abilities or intellectual abilities, or giving each other space to, have your own identity, right? I have ADHD, and so I understand. Hi to anyone I missed. You have dyslexia. I understand. Okay, so then 4 is the ability to say no. Hey, Deborah Ann. Let everybody say her hellos. They have the ability to kindly and lovingly say no to something when they're feeling overwhelmed or having a stressful day. The other partner also responds in a caring and understanding manner without being pushy or making them feel guilty. The other partner also responds in a caring and understanding manner without being pushy or making them feel guilty. Sarah?
Hey, you'll never guess where I am. I'm at the gas station getting some air in my flat tire.
Oh no.
Oh,
I can hear the train.
I was hoping you didn't. I don't know where. It's somewhere in the distance. Wow. Picks up the
No, it's
sound, huh?
fun. No, it's
Yeah.
fun.
Alrighty. Some pretty deep
So,
topics.
yeah. Yeah. What are your thoughts on it so far?
Well, I have to admit, I was ADD, and there was a guy because I went to the little store near my house, and then there was a guy talking to me about my dog because I'm bringing him to the beach, and I'm gonna push him in a cart so he still has the beach. I got me a nice hookup, like a dog cart. So I was really trying to listen to you, think of how it applies to people on YouTube, and then I started thinking, maybe I should listen to this for myself. So I'm a little ADD, and so I'm gonna try to focus.
Okay, well, I'll run down the because there was a lot of people coming in too, so this is
Yeah,
good. I'm going to
yeah,
recap. I've only gotten to 5, so I'm going to go ahead and
okay,
recap. Okay, so this is how you know you have healthy boundaries in your relationship, and this can be friendships or with your mailman, for God's sakes, or
yeah,
or
true.
or online. I mean, do you have healthy online boundaries? Mutual respect. There is mutual respect with regard to each other's opinions, feelings, and preferences. They are willing to listen to each other's perspective, even if it's different from your own.
Hmm.
2 is the ability to have difficult conversations without fighting. That's a tough one for me
That is
again.
a tough one. Yeah, that's a tough one
Yeah.
for me.
Having healthy boundaries allows you to have difficult conversations about sensitive issues or matters of disagreement in a civil matter. And then 3, space to pursue hobbies and goals. They give each other space and encourage each other to pursue their own individual interest and hobbies outside the relationship.
Mhm.
Having a different career path or separate personal goals doesn't clash with the relationship. They trust each other that if ever their goals and hobbies get in the way of the relationship and responsibilities, they know how to prioritize. 4, the ability to say no. They have the ability to kindly and lovingly say no to something when they're feeling overwhelmed or having a stressful day. The other partner also responds in a caring and understanding manner without being pushy or making them feel guilty.
Mm.
Yeah. Clear and open communication. It's nearly impossible to build a healthy relationship without open and timely communication habits. I'm going to pause right there because I feel like when I'm overhearing online conversations, they call it roasting or they call it trolling. I think that we've
We're
become where
heckling.
we've grayed the lines in what we tolerate. Then if you meet that person in real life, they've already lessened their respect for you because you tolerated it online and they've watched you tolerate it from others online.
Mm.
That's a point I wanted to make.
So that
Are
can make you
we
more of a target.
well and it's almost like you've lowered your standards as far as what you tolerate from people.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like when you overhear them disrespect a woman or a gender, you overlooked it because you were, a groupie, so to speak.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yep.
Like take for instance with Dolly, you know what I'm saying?
Mm.
And we just kind of like, I feel like we've let our self-respect go out the window sometimes, and we've grayed the lines of toxicity online, and it's spilling over into our real life, and we're letting people talk to us in a way and handle us in a way that we wouldn't normally have. And so we've sort of kind of gone backwards civilly.
Yeah. It's probably easier to let that happen online.
So, and then when you meet that person, they've already talked to you in that way. They've already handled you in a way that's less than what you would have. No passive aggressive language. If we psychoanalyze what some people use passive aggressive language to communicate their thoughts and feelings, we will mostly find that those people have boundary issues. I'm going to tell you something, and I hope he doesn't care that I bring it up. In my first marriage, we didn't know each other very well. We worked together and we had a working relationship and a working respect for one another. And then when we rushed into a romantic relationship together and became live-ins, we had this book that we had bought. He's a computer minded person, analytical minded person. And it was kind of like he went to go buy relationships for dummies at a bookstore. And whenever we would disagree, he would highlight it in this book and leave it out for me to read. And then I would do the same in return. And that's the most passive aggressive way you can communicate in your first marriage at 20 years old, right? Right? It's like, well, I'm not going to tell you to your face, but I'll leave you a note in the bathroom.
In a way, you're still communicating, though. You're reading the book. It's almost
Yeah.
like an effort. You can look at it other ways, too, positive. At least he opened the damn book.
He took it with it. Oh, he was the one that bought it. And
That's
then when I
funny.
got pregnant, it was, pregnancies for dummies. It was kind of like one of
Like,
those. Read the fucking book. Anyway, let's see. So, okay, expect too much from people, don't respect each other's opinions, aren't able to communicate. Okay, let me jump down here. Okay, number 7. With what's going on with our YouTubers here, no use of manipulative tactics. Hey Jimmy, how are you doing? So if you're in a healthy relationship, you don't use manipulative tactics to get money, to get a ride, to get subs. You don't use manipulative tactics. People manipulate others when they want them to do something that is against the other person's will or preference. Since healthy couples are well aware and respectful of each other's boundaries, there is no mental or emotional manipulation in the relationship. We could talk about that all day. Hey, good to see you, Jimmy. Is it raining down near you? It's storming like a mofo. Here, y'all hear it? I'm in North Kakalaki.
It looks like it's going to rain here. I mean, it's cloudy and everything.
The
Feels
temperature
damp.
dropped like 20 degrees. We're back in our hoodies today.
Yeah, I got 55 degrees here.
So if you're in a good relationship, they're not going to manipulate you out of $5. They're not going to manipulate you into doing things that go against your standards, your self-respect. There's,
But I can see how it's so much easier online because you can create a fake person. You can create a fake essence of who you even are. You know, I mean, you can have multiple people, multiple accounts, and they can be different. It'd be much easier because you don't know the real person. That's why people get taken. A lot of there's been a lot of people in love that get scammed out of a lot of money, for instance.
Exactly. Or like,
and some of them are like hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Yeah, catfishing. Isn't that what they call it? Catfishing?
Catfishing. Yeah, that's what came to mind. Catfishing, exactly. I mean, hell, there's a whole series on that. I just never watched it. But...
Hold on a second. I gotta check something. I bet I forgot to do.
If I go out, in and out, I should be, fine. I'll be back, making a short drive.
Look and see if I'm on a storm watch while I'm live.
Ah. Did you say it was pouring there?
Yeah, like I hear lightning and thunder. That's when I'm looking.
I probably should have checked the weather before I went outside.
Should have checked the weather before.
It's looking a little cloudy. Maybe this was a bad idea.
Yeah, you can hear it too. It's like thundering and lightning. I have a skylight, and it's like right over my computer. Not the best place for one. That's all I got. Can't stay long but one. Okay, I'm glad you're here, Alicia. Okay, maintaining personal identity and autonomy. Huh? Should I wait a few minutes? Hey, good to see you. No means no.
Sorry.
Where's Sugar Pie? Here's Chaotic saying, hey, Alicia. Okay, so maintaining personal identity and autonomy. That's another hard one for me. Because like when I tend to like get in a relationship, I become enmeshed. And that I see that word here is on the very first. It says there is no enmeshment or codependency. That one's hard for me because I usually tend to work with the person You know, when you have something in common, you know, and you know, you can gossip about people from the office if you date them. They know what the hell you're talking about when you're talking shop, right? So, what did she
True.
say? This is my backup account. I changed the name. No means no. Okay. There is no enmeshment or codependency in the relationship. Both people in the relationship are well connected with their individual identities. They know who they are and what their individual purpose is. Here, Sandy says she's got great perspective on this.
Oh, God.
Hey,
I don't know if today's the day for my
Hey,
great.
Sandy.
Hey, Sarah, everybody. I'm really green at this, so y'all excuse my fumbling around. It took me like 3 rounds to get in here.
It looks like you're doing well to me.
So far, so good.
yeah.
It's just all foreign to me every time. I mean, it's the second time I've ever clicked on StreamYard. And anyway, I'm here. Go ahead, Gypsy. I don't
You
want
are
to.
here.
Well, I was just going over the importance of not being enmeshed, and there is no enmeshment or codependency in the relationship, and you both have individual identities. That's been hard for me too, because we tend to always work together.
And that's
So
not
if you
for
meet,
everyone. That's not
so
for
if you
everyone.
meet, right. So if you meet someone online and you have a common, let's say, you know, group, and this is how you meet, and that is your common, you know, reason for coming together. Will those lines and boundaries gray? Yeah, there's Leslie B saying you're beautiful,
Oh, Leslie, my gosh, thank you. There's makeup involved
isn't
today.
she?
There's a little makeup.
Leslie, Leslie.
Hey, Leslie, thank you so much. I'm gonna cry.
So as I was telling Sarah, I feel like sometimes when you meet online, you might tolerate. Like I hear, like I'll just say, teenagers in general will take people talking to them in a way that they wouldn't take it if they had a relationship offline, and so like relationship boundaries gray, it's almost like sadomasochism when they keep coming back to this toxic relationship that's online, and they talk to each other in a way that they wouldn't offline. But if they take that relationship and then they meet offline, they've already dummied down that relationship in a toxic way that they've lost respect for one another. You get what I'm saying?
I'm oscillating between. Really, it's more of an overlap than in between. You're talking about like the list you're reading is applying a lot to interpersonal relationships, but then we're also kind of covering digital relationships.
Right. Definitely.
And
Definitely.
what's coming to my mind is that some of it's our culture, it's our society, it's our conditioning in this era that we live in. And it starts from early in life and then up to where us old parts are now. A ingrained need to belong, a need to be accepted, and a need to belong to things. So when you translate that into this digital place,
It's almost like in the 70s, groupies. They called us groupies, right?
yeah. It is groupies, but what you were just discussing was making me think how, people want to belong to whatever little community subculture online that they've fallen into, and they will go along with things. There's a lot of hive mind activity starts happening, and it's like if you were off the computer, off the internet, and who are you really?
Yes,
You really
exactly.
say these things to these people, and you're going to disagree with people. And there's a lot of shitty fucks on the internet. I mean, don't we kind of realize that? But but what I see happening, even when we're trying to sort out some justice and morality in those circles, is that some very good white hat people are getting caught up in that hive mind mob mentality, and maybe they're saying things and behaving in ways that aren't constructive to the situation. But and I'm saying they, I should be saying we, because I catch myself doing it too.
Right, right.
Sometimes if it's late at night, I'm in a certain frame of mind, whatever, and I'll catch myself getting sucked into it, and I'll type out some comment. I do have boundaries. I do have limits. There's a lot of things that other people are all adding to it that I don't by choice. But I will say things and sit back, and I get that icky feeling, like even if what I said is true, and even if it's justified and it's correct, it's like, is that lending any solution to this problem? Is there anything constructive about what I just said? And then you've got somebody piling in and just throwing everything the kitchen sink, because they're angry, they're reacting. There's a lot of
emotion,
lack of emotional literacy. Like, oh, this is how I feel, so this is how I'm going to act out about it. And when you move that into this digital world, I think we're not trained for this. We're not evolved for this. You understand? This is all new to our psyche.
I think
I'm old enough that I lived a nice long part of my life without internet.
Right. This is new ground, definitely.
So anyway, you know me, I'll start rambling on. So please go ahead.
But tell me what you took away from the show you watched earlier today, on a similar topic as this. What were some takeaways that you had?
That
you can
when
share?
I saw your post, am I yelling? I turned my external mic off because speaker off, because I think it made me sound terrible last time. I couldn't hear it until I heard it in the playback. Anyway, woohoo, squirrel, ADD, ramble all over the place. Is that I had just watched Bob and Lori's little clip. I don't know where they got it from, but they didn't make it. They just shared it. But it was about boundaries and where your boundaries come into play when you're being exposed to drama or creating drama, or the whole drama thing is going on around you for whatever reason. And see, that's just where you segued into, was about the boundaries.
Mm-hmm.
And again, it overlaps between your interpersonal relationships in your real life per se, as well as this online stuff.
Do you think that our definition of respect has changed using online, going online? Do you think that just respect defined has changed?
I think it's changed, and I think that it's also it's changed in and of itself, but it's also that people who would normally be more respectful to each other in their real life, or even if it's not somebody you even know, let's say that, and this stuff happens to all of us, and I'm the biggest curmudgeon that there is. I can't stand people, okay?
I'm with you.
So when you're at the gas station, you're at the store, you're whatever, you end up encountering these people that anger you, and because you're disrespecting. It's like, how do you handle that to a stranger? Take that scenario, that same emotion that somebody or some situation generated, how you behave towards that, and then the difference in that versus how you respond and behave to that online. Is that making sense? It's two different world. It's, are you going to
absolutely
Walmart and say, you suck, you're a jackass, you troll, get out of here?
Mm-hmm.
You walk around and
why is it so toxic online, you think?
I think, and this is just pulling off the top of my head right now. There's something socially about being on the internet and being in that digital space that people don't have to really be that real to us. And that we're not in the same room. We can click off at any moment. We can block them. We can say whatever we want and make them disappear, in a second. And life, face-to-face conversations with people.
Well, you're also protected.
There's
in
no
that
eject
screen.
button.
I think that's what you put it, Sarah. Yeah, you're protected.
You're protected. Like if I was in a scuffle or had a problem at the gas station, I might want to knock your teeth out, but online I can't do nothing,
Yeah.
Right. Just an example.
Yeah.
Just saying.
It's a train wreck. It is. The internet stuff, the online behaviors. It's a train wreck. because humanity has a large percentage. I'm sorry, I can't see chat, y'all. I don't know if I need to switch back to.
Are you on your phone or a computer?
I'm on a computer.
There
I
should
can't
be a
read
button
it.
where you press live chat and you could still see everybody and talk. There should
From
be an option.
StreamYard.
Okay, let me think. On my phone, there's a button called chat. Comments. There's either chat or comments. That's for the back chat.
I think you're right, Sarah. Hang on, wait. Yeah,
And
it was on
Yes.
private chat automatically. I split comments.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
y'all, it's much smaller. I can't read it. I'm sorry, and I can't pay attention to chat and run them out at the same time. So
It's all good.
That's okay. I put it up on the screen for you.
my nose is running.
So Remain Calm says, like being called a bully and defending yourself, being called that, but does defending yourself to the accusation then make you a bully? I know what you mean. It's a never-ending cycle.
It's a circle.
A feedback loop. That's what I keep calling it. I'm so glad that y'all segued into that, because that's something else I see a lot online in these communities. It just goes on and on and on, and it's difficult to have this discussion with people, especially if it's at the time that they are triggered by somebody, that they've been disrespected, but they've been falsely accused, whatever. One of my earliest chat conversations with Jimbo, they freaking timed me out. And I don't
and not everyone knows who was on first. Not everyone remembers and was here at the beginning and knows who started it.
I'm trying to remember it. I mean, this has been over a year ago, and his channel hadn't been up that long, and I'm trying to remember who had gone after him, what was happening. But he'll tell you himself, and he told us back then, he was getting much better about it. But he was new to YouTube, and whoever was gone, he was very justified in having an opinion and reacting and defending himself. But it's like a lot of us do. It's the kicking and screaming, and it's like, you're triggered.
Right.
You're triggered.
Right.
That was one of my first experiences in his live chat, was saying, just, don't give him the energy. Don't keep feeding
Driving
it.
by a concert, sorry.
Like I was telling him not to defend himself. It's difficult to have these discussions. But like I said,
It is difficult. It is difficult. And I don't know that a lot of us would be having it if we weren't safely with other people. Almost like in group therapy, you feel safer when you're coming out with other people around you,
I'm sorry, I just saw the green butt beauty comment.
Well, it was like what May said up here. She said, for many, this is the only way to be social. So this may be the only way to have this conversation with a lot of people.
Mm-hmm. It is. And I mean, I'm even antisocial on here.
I am too.
In my everyday life, but I'm even antisocial on here. Like most of the time, I'm just listening from afar, and I wouldn't even open the live chat window for a long time. When we first had YouTube started the live stream stuff. First of all, I knew it was going to be a double-edged sword right out of the gate. I was like, oh God, I mean, I think that's self-explanatory. But part of it was attention issues. I wouldn't even have the live stream chat open at all for a long time. But then I started getting better at reading chat a little bit and pay attention to the creator and the chat. But I would not chat. I just sit around and watch and whatever. I wouldn't engage. I think would be the best. And I still don't much. I'm very moody.
Alicia said we're beautiful.
Alicia. I meant to say hey to you in chat, but I was trying to get myself set up to get on camera here and everything, and I never did get to say hello.
So,
she lives real close to where you're headed to, Gypsy. We'll talk about that later.
Yeah, I know. I gotta remember to stop in.
We'll get all that set up
too. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think my husband's having a little anxiety about this trip because we have a Ford Focus. So it's gonna be the three of us. Feeling like we're in a clown car,
Well, check your tires and change your oil before you leave.
I just cannot stand to fly anymore. I can't stand it.
Me either.
Because by the time I get through waiting at the gate and all that crap, I would be there. I would halfway be there. So.
Well, and I'm so weirder than I used to be about the noise and the people and there's just so much going on around me in airports that Not that they're written on the I-75 too, but yeah, I just don't like it. I don't like it. But so I think y'all are doing good by doing the drive down. It's just much more
Yeah.
personable. You can stop where you want when you that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and I'll be able to leave when I want to, eat where I want to.
Yeah, exactly. But
I
Alicia,
got burnt out on traveling.
she's
Right
right around
there.
the corner from you down there.
What did she say? I saw a gypsy. Yeah, she did. She was eating at a restaurant and took a picture and sent it to me, and they look just like us.
That's funny.
I'll have to remember.
You got a picture?
I'll have to. Let's see if I can go over here and hold on a second. Let me see if I can figure this out. Hold on. I think I can. Will I be doxing them? Is it okay if I do that? I guess
Well, we don't know who they are.
Right.
That is hilarious.
Let's see.
That's like those glitch in the matrix videos. Have you ever, or those slideshows? Have you ever watched those?
I need to watch The Matrix. Don't laugh at me, but I've never watched it.
No, not the movie though. But there's
Gypsy, I haven't seen it either.
Online. It's called Glitch in the Matrix, and it's a whole sequence of pictures of people like that are dressed exactly the same on a public bus, and it's funky. It's really weird. But that's what they call those slideshows. It's Glitch in the Matrix.
I think I'm figuring this out here. I know let me close. Let me go over here to here. Hang on a second. I'm gonna pull it up here. Add. Yeah, right here. Okay, add overlay. It'll come up over on my screen.
Look at me squinting. I cannot see with these glasses. I might switch to my
What am I
glasses.
saying now? Hold on, I gotta find. Here it is. Okay. Can you see him in the back?
Oh, hang on. I'm going to make my picture bigger. Hold on.
Is it too
I'm afraid
small?
Oh, I see.
I'm
Is
afraid
it
if I
too
go
small?
full screen. I'm going full screen. Hang on. They look a tiny bit older. They're y'all in 10 years.
That's funny. I named it Doppelganger. Could y'all see it?
I did. I put it full screen. I could see them pretty well. That's funny that Alicia got a picture of that.
Have you always lived down there?
Who?
You. Have you always lived down there?
I was born and raised in Atlanta. About 4 or 5 generations deep. I moved to Florida 3 weeks before my 30th birthday, which was 30 years ago.
Wow.
I've lived half my life in Georgia where I was raised and half my life in Florida. I did for 7 years. I was in South Carolina. I was Florida and South Carolina, then came back to Florida. So there was a 7-year detour in there. But yeah, I wanted to live in Florida my whole life since I was a little kid.
Really?
Yeah, and I moved inland 8 years ago, and I have this fabulous house and property here, but I every single day miss being at the coast. I
was always afraid that I would miss the foliage. Do you?
You mean like the fall and stuff up there?
Yeah.
No. The first winter or two that we were here, the 2 boys were in elementary school and preschool when we moved. And I remember our first couple of Christmases in Florida that my kids were out in the driveway with the neighborhood kids in t-shirts playing basketball. It was 80 degrees, that was kind of weird, but I liked it. I enjoyed it and still do.
So you didn't miss like the snow or anything like that?
No.
Ever
since I was a little girl, I've not been a cold weather person. I'm not a clothes person. Clothing. If I can do this 360 days out of the 65, I'm good. I like it.
Yeah. We lived at the North Carolina beach for about 4 years, so I know what you mean. But we grew up, we're from Winston-Salem, which is the Piedmont and foothills.
Alicia's right. It is ugly compared to the Appalachians and the mountain. Alicia's from Georgia too.
Yeah.
So she's like both worlds. She's in Florida down the road from me, and she also grew up in Georgia down the road from me.
Tracy says that it's become expensive. Has it?
It's a nightmare. Yeah.
It is a nightmare.
Yeah. Well, nobody can afford insurance.
So bring my own baloney.
It is getting real expensive, and the politics and like I said, I mean, people's home insurance is doubling and tripling right now. It's a real nightmare going on. That if you have to have a mortgage, don't live in Florida. Because if you have to
Ann says, miss snow? Hell no. So you wouldn't miss the snow? I would.
Yeah.
I like that in North Carolina, it snows and then it melts and it goes away. It doesn't linger much.
I can thoroughly appreciate and enjoy, a day or two of experiencing snow and a chill and a jacket, but the whole season of it, no.
Yeah. No. Do you have a pool?
My sister argued, she said, well, the winter up here in Georgia is only like 6 weeks that it's really like cold. And I'm like, that's funny how people's perspective. For me, it's like 5 months of cold. To her, it's 6. She don't mind when it's 45 degrees. To me,
right.
Our measurement gauge is very different about cold.
I understand.
But I enjoy it in little small doses.
Says, Alicia, and I live in really going to say I have no common sense. I definitely call that bullying. I'm not sure what's going on there.
You are really going to what?
I don't know. Do I have, I'm not sure. I think they're having a conversation that, hey there, Trixie. Deborah Ann was saying that she would not miss the snow. She's over it.
Well, all the Yankees from up north moved down here. We've got all them. We've got all the Yankees down here, the Boston and New York, New Jersey. They all live down here. Retire down here, I should say.
Been listening, and this is a great live. Just wanted to pop in and say hello to everyone. Be kind to one another, and we'll be listening.
Oh, Truth Hurts is always so awesome. I love Truth Hurts.
She said she spent her, and that's where I'm going, Daisy Joe.
Oh, I think I saw something on Daisy Joe's channel one time. I think I went to her channel. Seemed like she had a clip or two that somehow I knew she was in Ocala. It comes up a lot. That's where I am, by the way. So I'm in Ocala. Just dots.
That's where my dad is, yeah. Okay, so number 10 was accepting each other as you are. People having a healthy boundary in a relationship do not feel the need to change one another.
Yeah, and see, that again is kind of channeled into the personal relation. Like that's more towards your partner, your children, parent and
Did I lose internet just now?
Did you lose signal?
For a second, I did. The storm's over, though, so it should be okay. Well, my whole relationship has been based on us changing each other. Just kidding. Seems that way.
Well, there's constructive criticism and improving each other. And
oh, definitely. Yeah, I agree.
It takes two healthy personalities for that to work that way.
Yeah, being the best you can be for each other, and having that as your motivator.
Like if one partner, and it could be your partner, it could be your best friend, it could be between you and one of your children, whatever. But because my kids are like that, like we bicker because we're so damn brutally honest with each other, but we're not mean to each other. We're not disrespectful to each other. They call me on my shit, and I'm like, yeah, you're absolutely right, but what are we gonna do about it? It's like, so when it's constructive criticism, the other person, and it has to go both ways, but the other person has to be open to constructive criticism and open to not getting defensive without digesting what this other person is seeing in you, and be also able to not agree with what they're seeing and saying about
I think that is so hard for couples when they do have varying opinions about so many social issues right now are taboo and have become the norm. A conversation that we would have, don't talk about that, when I was growing up, is now talked about all the time and is in TV shows
True.
and
Yeah.
it's celebrated, right?
True.
So it's hard, knowing the boundaries, where it's okay to talk about, where it's okay to explore, to celebrate, to accentuate, and all of that. I think this is all new chartered territory.
And don't you think that we can grow so much from observing others' opinions about us? I mean, even if you disagree with it, but if you're open to, let me try to rephrase that, because this has happened to me a lot. If I have a conflict with somebody, I'm so busy with my defensive reaction, my trigger. Somebody says something that doesn't sound good to you, you just automatically lash back out. But if you don't do that, and even if it's somebody you don't ever want to see or talk to again, there's feels or whatever there. But let me get to my point is, if you reflect on that, if you look at other people as a reflection back to you like a mirror, instead of getting your little feet hurt, instead of getting pissed off, sometimes that's justified. So it's a case by case situation. But I'm just saying, don't just be in one operating system all the time.
Right.
They're completely idiots and they're wrong, and it's not fair at all for them to even think or say what they did. But be open to getting past your initial feelings and looking at that. I have found a lot of garbage to correct in myself from doing that.
Same here.
Sometimes that's your partner. Sometimes that's your spouse or your partner that you
Right. When we met, I want to say I was 30, 31. And I was just coming off of, living my 20s, coming out of a long battle of a divorce and a career. And when my now husband and I met, he was like, the last two wives I had were heavy drinkers. And if you're a heavy drinker, we're not going to make it to the second
Yeah, he
day.
has the t-shirts, two of them.
And so I took my lampshade off and I threw out the bottle because I wanted our relationship more than I wanted to continue drinking. And you have to make those sacrifices sometimes in your life and decide which is more important to you.
Oh, looks like Sarah's back.
I was unloading, but I didn't know if y'all can hear me, but there's all these, I thought you'd like all the cool sculptures, but is it too windy?
Did you do that?
No, they're all over this particular beach. See, I felt bad for my dog because he can't walk, so I did mute out because I was loading him up in his little cart. He's in there.
Oh, that's so cute.
Where are you? There he is. He can't walk. The vet said no beach, like running around on the beach, so I was like, oh yeah? He's going to the beach.
That is so cute.
Wow. Every time I see anybody's little coastal video clips, it just makes me homesick for the coast. Oh.
There's another one. Anyway, this whole beach is full of the little mini sculptures.
That's cool, Sarah. Thank you.
Yeah, somebody got real stoned and made all these, I think. They're everywhere.
So is that rough CSC?
Yeah, it's way rougher than I expected. I gotta tell you, I wasn't expecting this. I don't know if you can see all the little... Somebody sits here with a lot of time. It's cool, though.
That's beautiful.
I like to take pictures of it. I came to get some rocks for my garden, too.
No, I gotta switch my glasses. Maybe I can read chat if I switch to my ugly glasses. Oh, there we go. Those were progressive lenses. They're a nightmare for me on the computer. I've got hair stuck everywhere. Gosh dang it. All right. I'm trying to see. That's a little better.
I like those. That's
So
really beautiful.
I hear all you guys fine, but I was worried you wouldn't hear me with the wind and stuff, so, Still cool to look at, though, right?
I just hear the water at the shore.
Yeah, I'm going to go investigate.
That's what I missed, all those negative ions.
Oh, yeah. It's good for the soul.
It is so good.
Yeah, what's over there?
Does that have a bike attachment?
This has a bike attachment. Yeah, the front wheel pops right off, and I got the bike attachment
Oh, so you're using it as a stroller right now, but you can
right
use it.
now.
Okay.
Yeah, I took him to the vet in it too. Like, you know,
Oh, that's so
Good to
awesome.
see
I
you,
got
Lulu.
I got it at the thrift store actually, and I was like, ooh, that's valuable. I'm getting that.
That's a good point, gamer girl.
You know, and
Communication.
I've had a psychiatrist or whatever you want to call him, marriage counselor, and she said even when you're fighting, at least that's communicating.
Tell that to him.
So the biscuits being thrown at the head is still a good thing.
It still is, yeah. But
I'm gonna remember you said that.
what you have to be careful about is defining communication, because if you're not really communicating, a lot of times you're being passive aggressive, and you know you're upset about something that's festering, but it will come out a week later over something completely unrelated to what's really bothering you.
Isn't that the truth? You know,
And so
that took a lot of maturity, realizing that
yeah,
snapbacks probably have nothing to do with you.
yeah, exactly. And that's where we have to be accountable, each of us, for our own feelings and our own communication about our feelings. If it doesn't fly well with whoever we need to discuss it with, then that's a different thing. But you still have to be open about it and not just be passive aggressive,
Right.
and be disrespectful or angry or mean to that person about something completely unrelated, but it's really about something different that you're not communicating. I don't know.
Are you
Wait, go
getting
ahead.
all this? I was just saying, are you getting all this?
Look what
Is that a boy? Is it a boy?
Yeah.
Oh,
His
he's
name's
so
Dun-
cute.
His name's Duncan after Dunkin'
Oh,
Donuts
that's right.
coffee.
That's right.
Oh, he's gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous.
He's probably like, why can't I get out?
He wants to get out.
I think Leslie, from what I've seen of Leslie, she's just like me. She's pretty outspoken and direct about her thoughts and feelings. I don't know that I've ever seen her bully anybody, and I don't know what's going on in this thing right now, but somebody just brought up something about her not bullying, and I agree. I've never seen her be a bully.
I was hoping they would work it out. It looked like some miscommunication.
It might have been, yeah. I don't even remember who it was she was tangled with.
Property appraisal and the amount they appraised our home for. I nearly had a heart attack. We're going to have to fight. Wow.
Is this water loud? It's air and everything, Gypsy?
Do y'all think she's loud?
It seems like it's loud to me. I feel bad, like I should
I hear it
drop.
a little more now than I did a few minutes ago.
It's way windier than I thought, but it's always that way.
I'm mostly hearing the little waves more so than the wind. Yeah, Tracy, it's staying here.
Some people are going windsurfing in a minute. Have fun.
Florida real estate is just out of control. It's so bad. That's one reason I'm still inland instead of back at the coast, because now I can't really afford to move back to the coast. It's a very different market than the inland market.
The market went up. Yeah, now it's hard. If you're already here, stay. Or,
of course, the coastal area where I left after the last 10 years is always much more expensive than living inland. But now the whole general real estate market is up. I can get a lot more money for this house, but I'm in the same up market at the coast. So whatever, I'll figure it out.
Alicia says, no chicken bones to the head. We will cop a charge. She says, y'all would be surprised how many local news articles I've saw where a spouse caught a charge for throwing a food item at their partner.
Yes.
So food is weaponized, I guess, in that scenario.
Yep.
No, this is Sarah on the highway.
I'm having a beach run.
It is reminiscent of
Show
one
us
of
some
those.
signs or symbols with your hands.
It is
That is
reminiscent of one of Ernie's
beautiful.
Highway Rush because it's just this,
You got any signs and symbols, Duncan? Signs and symbols. Show me some signs and symbols, Duncan. It's like, I'm watching the waves.
That was
He's a
so funny when they caught that soundbite the other day of him calling Bella.
Oh,
That
yeah.
funny.
They did it on purpose. Give me a break.
I
They're
know.
trying to sell us a Pinto.
Oh, they're going windsurfing. Hell no. Way too cold.
Yeah, I see it. I
These
bet that
people are
water
something
is
else.
cold.
I left a comment in Jimbo's chat last night in live chat. I said, yeah, Ernie's feeding the dog via the phone, and
Mhm.
Yeah, that's
Rap's
stupid.
taking down the camera before he offs himself. Like, you get ready to off yourself. The first thing you're worried about is the battery's dying on the security camera. Jeez.
Oh
It's
my
just it goes like
god.
Mama say their excuses, and they're so used to covering their shit that it's second
No,
nature.
she's still waiting back from her doctor.
Boy,
What was
miss.
I going to ask y'all? Shoot, what was I going to ask y'all? Oh, yeah. What is the water temperature compared to the water temperature where she is?
Oh yeah.
I bet
Oh,
it's really warm where she's
Oh,
at.
that guy's nuts over there. He's going flying out there. It's cold here. I'm not even gonna try it.
Now
But I
Sarah's
just,
somewhere up in New England, right?
yeah, I'm up closer to Boston.
Okay. I thought you were up that way. It's gotta be chilly. That water's gotta be freezing.
Wow, that guy's flying across the water. I
Yeah,
wish I could zoom in. I wish I could zoom it in, but I can't. He's going windsurfing out there.
God, y'all are so funny.
No, this is just a bike trail I'm on. Just a bike
That's true,
trail.
Tracy. And a lot of people, there's so many trailer parks, mobile home parks in Florida, and
Yes, there are. They're everywhere. I just went there. It's
but
amazing.
they're getting like their lot rent is just doubling. They're just getting a letter,
Yeah, I've heard that.
I mean, it's just really bad stuff going on down here right now. It really is. I don't know who's going to fix it.
Yep. I guess the pillow. Are you hiding behind your pillow?
Oh, he is so beautiful.
He loves it here.
Now I want a dog.
He loves it here.
I bet he would stay there all day long.
He loves being in the basket, anything like that, you know?
How does he do running around on the gravel on the rocky shore?
Well, I think that's how he got injured. We've been doing a lot of beach walks. So he's in this cart because his ACL was what's the word, ruptured.
Oh, okay.
Oh, wow.
And I have to keep him, kind of calm. And I didn't want him to miss out. He likes going with me, so this is what I came up with. This is what I came up with.
He's in the little stroller. He's still at the beach. He's still right there with everything, but he's not aggravating his injury.
No, he's king of the world. He's got blankets, beds.
King of the world.
Is he an Australian Shepherd?
He's a miniature Australian Shepherd. Yep, look at the paws hanging out. Life is good.
He's in his chariot.
Life is good. You may push me.
I love him.
Just watching the birds, watching the water.
Did you finish your list, or did we totally derail you?
No, hold on. Let me see here.
A lot of it applied in the beginning, when you started about YouTube and everything. Current situations with YouTubers, makes you think.
Yeah, I think that I got to the points I wanted to make.
Okay.
So all is well. I pretty much just wanted to make the point that I feel like sometimes I know that over listening to some of these kids when they're gaming, and I'm like, are you going to let them talk to you like that? They're like, oh, well, they're just this. They're just this.
Mm-hmm.
And it made me think, I know that you would jack a fool up at the bus stop if they talk to you like that. Why do you let XYZ who you will never meet talk to you like that. I don't understand that.
Well, there is a lot of liberties get taken online, as far as how you word things or what you say to people, and I'm also a total curmudgeon about the trust thing. You know, people are throwing their money all around, and I don't want to step on creators' toes because you know, a lot of creators are getting their cash apps for good reason and all that, and so I don't speak up much about that because it's two different things. But it's when people are so overly trusting about who they're giving their money to online.
That's where it's hard for me.
You know, and let's just say if someone came to your door and they were selling what's something that is sold online that we wouldn't necessarily buy if they came to our door, but we do because that creator is selling it.
Drama.
Drama. There you go. Drama.
If they came to your door selling you drama, would you give strangers your money to watch an episode of Jerry Springer?
It's funny that you say that because when Peacock started to charge for us to watch Days of Our Lives, I stopped
Days of our YouTube.
And here I am. So I don't know. You know, it was but people are paying Peacock to watch Days of Our Lives. So
they are Days of Our Lives.
Yes.
I'm just yeah, I'm jealous of her too, gamer girl, right now. I'm just really stingy about that kind of stuff. I have my Amazon Prime. I watch some movies here and there, and I don't even watch that much. I don't own a TV. I do own a TV, but it's not been plugged in years. I have no cable, no nothing. Anyway, so I don't spend any money for entertainment.
I need to cancel some memberships. Thanks for reminding me because I'm always on this when I have spare time.
Yeah. I mean, I just don't. Even in this genre, I'm terrible. I don't buy memberships. I've never been on Cash App. That's less than one, and I just don't like my personal information being intermingled with all these different platforms, especially when it comes to finances. You know, I don't do that much at all. I'm just very guarded with it.
Yeah.
So that's another way in which I'm antisocial on YouTube because I don't play that.
I think a lot of us are antisocial in real life, and that's why we're here, because it's almost like there's a safety behind it, too, when you think about it.
Yeah.
There's a safety, and you don't have the same commitment that I have with anxiety. I bet a lot of us have anxiety, too, because there's a safety where you can leave when you want to. We're in situations in real life with people like...
Uh-oh. She's probably saying something golden right
Sorry,
now.
I had an alarm clock. If we were in real life at a gathering, for instance, and we had an anxiety attack, we might be stuck there worrying about it. We could just, no one could see us. We could just leave. We have control. We have total control on here that we might not have in real life.
Good point, Sarah. I'm very non-committal in real life as far as...
Me too.
You know, people want to get together and go to lunch or go to this or go, making plans, making commitments to plans with people.
Yeah.
Because as I got older and I have my own health issues that I struggle with, which are just chronic, so I never know, like right now, if somebody asks me to go do something next Wednesday,
yes,
I immediately freeze up and I don't want to have to cancel it if I commit to it, and I don't,
That's something I'm afraid of. What if this happens? What if I feel like this? What if my son's sick? I think all those things too. So it gets too much stress.
Mm-hmm. I found out along the way that it's much easier to be non-committal for me than it is to say yeah, and then the percentage of chance that I end up needing to cancel it or postpone it, that causes me more anxiety.
Exactly. Me too.
It causes me so much anxiety to have to decide if I should go ahead and cancel and then have to tell them. And, there's a book that I read, y'all. I'll go find a copy of it and show it to you. Hang on. I'm going off camera just so I can grab this book.
Okay.
It's something new for me to learn. Stop. Hang on.
Thank you, Erica.
trying to find something cool. If it gets too loud, I'll mute out.
Okay.
Oh, hell no.
Is that backwards?
No, we see it. Party of one.
This is called
Party of one.
the Party of One, the Loners Manifesto.
The Loner's Manifesto.
It is by Annie Lee Rufus. I don't remember when it was published because I read this originally like 12 years ago, and I swapped a few emails with her because I was so moved by this book. And on this topic we were on, Sarah, this book goes into some of the interesting history about hermits, throughout history, where that whole idea even came from. And
Yeah.
this is my 5th copy of this. Look, somebody's written notes all in the back of it. I've never seen that before. I buy extra used copies of this because I give them out to people that I know could benefit from it. Anyway, she goes into those awkward social situations where, like what we were just talking about, which I was what made me think of, like if when you get more and more isolated for good or bad or okay or not okay reasons, whatever reasons, and you have this social circle and they're all going out for somebody's birthday there, everybody's getting together to go to happy hour, something like that, whatever. And when you say no thanks or make excuses 9 times out of 10 that people ask you, it's like becomes socially not acceptable in that clique. Am I making sense? Like,
Yeah.
like to say no for your own reasons and your own well-being has nothing to do with any of them, but they will take it personally.
Yeah.
Their little group, their little, a couple of girlfriends that hang out, whatever it may be. And when you don't show up, they take it personal, like you're too good for them. You're just, you're always not showing up or not going along because you don't like them, and it has nothing to do with that. But anyway, that book became my Bible about 15 years ago when I read it.
Whoops, I didn't know I was muted. Yeah, I agree.
How it's so okay to be a loner and be a little isolated. There's unhealthy versions of that, but there's also some very, very healthy versions of that. And I will elaborate a little bit. Gypsy can shut me up anytime.
No, I'm listening.
Is that I have grown so much, and what we were talking about earlier with being open and instead of being defensive all the time when somebody thinks or says something negative to you or about you, kind of wear that for a minute and see how you feel about it. Is there some truth there that you need to see that you didn't see about yourself? Things like that. The same thing is what I'm saying is the same thing when I stopped socializing more than I was comfortable with, just because it was the thing to do. That's when I grew. That's when I found myself, and I was able to contemplate. And you see things differently. Like I realized what I now know is called masking. And that's when you go out to a noisy restaurant when the noise gives you anxiety, but it's because you don't want to hurt your friend's feelings or you don't want to offend somebody who's showing up for their birthday.
I'm going to mute you out, Sarah, okay?
I'll just.
Go ahead. No, I'm muted, so I could hear this about masking. Go ahead.
Okay, so what I realized that I've been doing for a long time was, and with my own family and stuff too, is masking. It's I think it's kind of a term that's used a lot in the autism spectrum world, where, okay, let's say that I go to go along without, before you learn how to stop going along. You go out for somebody's birthday when you don't want to go, you don't feel like going, you have anxiety about going, but you go because it's the socially acceptable thing to do. And somebody's going to get their feelings hurt if you don't go, blah, blah, blah. So you go and you're masking a social event. You're masking that you're as happy to be there as all the other people are.
Right.
And you're just friggin' not, and it has nothing to do with them. It's not personal at all. So
that sounds exactly like what I would run into with church.
Yes, that's
like
a
like
good, very good
I
example.
wanted to raise my boys in church especially after my daughter was murdered, and I would probably say 7 times out of 10, my husband took them without me because I
Mm,
would either be battling with grief or I would be battling with social anxiety
mhm.
that, they're not accepting me, they're looking down on me. And so I would just have him take them, or even go into the grocery store now. I have a hard time because things get on my nerves that shouldn't,
I am the
but they
same
but
way.
they do.
I
Um,
will need to go to the grocery store, want to go to the grocery store, and sometimes not go to the grocery store for 3 or 4 days after that point. Yeah, um, I keep my house well stocked for that very reason,
yeah,
partly like saving money, but and being a good consumer. But I still have a lot of that. But also staying in that lane about the masking behavior is forcing myself into some rigid domestic management program like that, where, oh, okay, I really need to go get some groceries, and not recognizing for myself where I am today. Am I extra tired? Am I extra anxious because of XYZ? Understanding what state that I'm in that day, and not perpetuating my troubles by just going to the grocery store because I'm supposed to go to the grocery store today. And that helped me a lot too, is taking a
the
little bit.
stress of social
I
norms.
mean, for people that don't struggle with this probably sounds like the most dumbass conversation. You come back to that and about whether or not to go to the grocery store.
Yeah. It's so funny that you say that because, and how do I say this? Like in social settings where it's drinking over smoking weed. I don't drink anymore
Mhm.
for various reasons. I don't drink anymore. I smoke weed, and so it's like, even wanting to get back in contact with old friends of mine from high school and knowing that they drink. Am I going to feel the need to drink, or hide the fact that I
Yeah.
smoke? Right?
Are you going to feel socially pressured to drink?
Yes. And
Right.
that's
Right.
that's not what I do anymore. That's not
Right.
how you know, um I don't get any enjoyment out of it like I used to. I've put on weight, I have blood pressure issues, and so when I
Mhm.
have one drink, I get hot, I feel sick,
Yeah.
and
I don't
to me,
drink for
that's
that
not
reason too.
fun.
I was never a big drinker, but I was, party girl at the appropriate era of my life.
Right.
And but I never metabolized alcohol really, really well. And then as I got older and the fibromyalgia just kept getting worse and worse, the chronic fatigue, that alcohol just in my system just don't get along at all. It's just there's
It gave me
nothing.
the flu. I mean, I felt
Yeah, yeah, it
horrible.
just makes me feel like shit. So
I feel like
um
I'm drinking poison. I really
yeah,
do.
yeah. And so I stay away from it. And then I've never been a good stoner. I kept up with that pretty well, again, during the appropriate era of my life to be doing that plenty. But as far as trying to do it medicinally, it I've just never been good with it. And I get a hold, I think it's the sativa that makes me real paranoid. I don't know which strain I'm getting into. I do use Sarah, I'm reading your comment. Yeah, I think it's fibromyalgia. We don't kick off toxins very well, so everything just gets stuck in there. I do use a good high quality CBD oil, and that as with most things that I use, I don't just lean on CBD oil for pain relief and for sleep aid or whatever. I'll take CBD oil like 2 or 3 nights in a row every couple of weeks. I'll use it a
That's
couple times.
exactly what Erica is saying. She said, "One drink, my face turns into
Mhm.
I feel like I'm on fire," and she's contributing it to fibromyalgia. That's
Yeah.
very interesting.
And see, and I think if I'm not mistaken, Erica, maybe is she a Reiki practitioner? And my point is that fibromyalgia, um, a lot of empathic people have fibromyalgia. a lot.
No problem.
You know, I can't clinically discuss the connection any further than that. But yeah, see, Sarah's real sensitive to toxins. I even taken like over the counter medications, like an anti-inflammatory, I'll only take half of the normal amount of something. And I'll only take it, the same thing with the anti-inflammatories. I'll only take it like 2 or 3 days in a row if I need it. And then I'll break off on it. Even if I want to use it more, I won't.
She
Yeah,
said yes.
I saw that somewhere, saw her mention that. And that's energy work. And you have to be an empath to practice that. And the fibromyalgia, and I hate that word and the whole umbrella of it because they don't even know really what it freaking means. But it's very prominent in empathic people because we are absorbing so much. And back to even Gypsy, the Walmart runs and stuff like that's a big part of that too. And when I'm feeling extra sensitive, run down, stirred up over other things, I got stuff going on in my family right now that's breaking my heart. Those, back to what I was saying earlier, knowing yourself and understanding what state you're in and why at any given time. And as silly as it might sound to some people, there's days when I know I'm too wounded and open that Walmart is tormenting. And sometimes
I know exactly what you mean.
Sometimes I go anyway just to get it over with, and I'm never wrong. When I know I shouldn't be in that atmosphere and I do it, I come home just, oh my God, the drain. I mean, people, there's a difference between being tired and having fatigue. It's two different things.
It really is. It really is.
Sarah, yes, exactly. That's what I'm saying. I think you're in that boat too. So that's something.
So what is good for fibromyalgia then?
Man, I've been trying for 20 years to find the answer to that question, and I'm guilty of getting so tired of fighting the good fight and looking for the magic pill and the magic answer that I just give up and get depressed, and I don't even try to take care of myself anymore. I'm still smoking. I'm overweight now. I'm not exercising like I should. Yeah, Erica's exactly right. And that's kind of where I was gearing that, is that if you learn how to use that without wounding yourself or having other people wounding you, being
boundaries,
an empath. But I think
having healthy boundaries, right?
Yeah, back to our main topic of the day. I think that fibromyalgia is something that starts setting in very early in life. And yeah, the chronic fatigue is just, it's awful. I was reading Deborah's comment. I think that trauma triggers it. It goes right into the nervous system.
I agree.
So much of your nervous system is, if not entirely, responsible for everything, all the other systems in your body. That's your fascia, your muscles and tendons and ligaments and everything, of course, to your sympathetic nervous system, your heart rate, your breathing rate, things like that. So you have to become a bit hyper vigilant about what your body's doing. And again, going back to this silly example of going to Walmart,
But it is stressful. Something that simple is so stressful.
Yes. And like what Eric is saying right now, you'll often hear empathic people described as being a sponge. And the cleansing, yes. Being a sponge, it's like walking around. Your nervous system is a sponge, picking up. Okay, we've got the EMFs, we've got all the electromagnetic frequency going on in our world around us today, and I think, I don't want to sound like a complete lunatic on public platforms, but when you walk in, say, a Walmart or Target or whatever, look at all those cash registers and how much computer activity and digital data is going on in there, and all those little phones up and down the aisle that they can, scan things and all that. And then you've got 500 people in that building with you all walking around with cell phones on.
Right.
Okay. So if your nervous system is trashed and it's a little triggered this week or today or whatever, and you got some things getting you a little off center, then you walk into that environment and you've got
Southern Yankee says, "Go ahead. It's Saturday. Go to Walmart." Hell
and
no.
you've got the crowd of energy in there from the people. And then you've got all of this digital technology energy and electromagnetic energy. And I will say this with conviction, is that that's one reason I'm obsessed with being coastal, is because of how different I feel at the coast. I had a grandmother who suffered with very similar symptoms her whole life before there was a label of fibromyalgia. And that woman, just like me, she bent over backwards to spend as much of her life at the beach as she could. She lived in Florida and walked 5 miles a day till she was in her 80s. Walked from her house to the beach and walked up and down every single day. She could not be away from the coast. But it's those negative ions. They cleanse all that electromagnetic energy. And like what Erica was mentioning, the cleansing, also doing salt baths. Now, this is clinical scientific stuff about this stuff building up and what salt water does to it. I was getting more and more drawn to the salt therapies, and I started looking into it about 2 years ago. And unbeknownst to me, I'll probably butcher this completely, but I had no idea that was actually a thing going back to ancient Greece called thalassotherapy. And I might be getting that a little wrong. I never did get it right.
We have salt spa rooms
Yeah.
here where I live.
I had
thought
one
that
a mile
was
from
the
my house.
neatest thing.
They closed it up, but it was the Himalayan salt room. And
Help me understand what is the whole philosophy behind that or science behind that?
I'm still studying that. And to be honest with you, I've got a folder full of notes on it that are over a year old. So I've lost a lot of the detail in it. I'm like, I heard you mention earlier about learning disability. Oh God, I've got to learn. My whole life is notes and lists and files full of information because I don't have good recall of details like that. But it is a scientific fact. Yeah. Salt and salt water. And it's so fun when you look into the esoterics, like from the esoteric and occult world of what you do with salt at your doorway, how you use salt in that realm. I just think that's so interesting. And like, sage people, so you're just getting anxiety, hand over your belly, emotional center, chakra from energies being absorbed. It does work. Yes, absolutely. Erica's really smart about this stuff. I don't know, what was I saying about? Oh, the sage. These are the things that fascinate me. Like, we know that the Native Americans and the pagans, they since the beginning of time have used sage, burned sage. Well, it's now a scientific proven fact. This is a clinical studies that you can look up for yourself. When you burn sage in a room, they measured the bacteria levels in a room, a controlled room, burn the sage, measured the bacteria. The sage killed like 90% of the bacteria living in that room. And it's fascinating. And they came back 2 and 3 and 4 days later, and the residual effect of the burning the sage in there initially, 3 and 4 days later, the bacteria levels were still down like by 70% of what the controlled start was. So how did pagans and Native Americans understand that sage has something to do with these things? I'm not saying they were literally burning it to kill bacteria. That's not what they knew anything about. But you see how the overlap kind of, oh man, that stuff just fascinates me.
I see people floating in the Dead Sea. It's high in salt content.
That's, y'all, I did, I'll try to make this short because I got to go pee. But when she said the Dead Sea, that made me think of it. The Himalayan salt draws toxins out. And I make something called Soleil, Sole, where you use Himalayan salt in a glass bottle. I've got one in my window right now. And salt, okay, this ties into the Dead Sea thing. Water has a salinity limit. So if you put some Himalayan salt in a jar of water and you keep putting it in there until there's salt still in the bottom, it dissolves and it stops dissolving. You'll have salt crystals in the bottom because that water has reached its maximum salinity. It cannot absorb any more salt. And you can use that Soleil just like you would use Himalayan salt water that you just made fresh, but this is, you know, the full salinity, and you can pour a tablespoon or so into that, into a drink, like a distilled water, you know, and drink that every once. I need to do that right now. Think about it. But when I've stumbled on the thalassotherapy, the way that happened is moving here away from the coast. And I was hurting myself every single day, which I still am, because I'm on 3 acres, a 2,000 square foot house that just kicks my fibromyalgia ass in the butt constantly. And I renovated the whole house by myself. So that's what I started out with 8 years ago, going, what the hell? Why was this a good idea? So I've got this big old pretty garden tub in there. And I was taking a lot of saltwater baths and Epsom salt, Himalayan salt, you know, making my own bath salt concoction. Okay, that's what got me onto, I thought about how healthy I felt in the ocean water. I was like, wait a minute, what is the salinity of sea water? So I looked up all the main saltwater oceans across the whole world, including the Dead Sea. Like she just said, it's the highest salinity ocean on the planet. So, and I wrote down the salinity of all these, the Atlantic Ocean, the Pacific Ocean, the Dead Sea. And I thought, how much salt do I need to make my bathtub equivalent to soaking in the ocean water? It's a lot. but what I did was I found that amount. I had to figure that out based on, I'm probably putting everybody to sleep by this point.
Not at all. We're all listening.
I had to figure out the capacity of my garden tub, you know, about how many gallons of water are we dealing with, and how much Himalayan salt do I need to reach that salinity. There's a meter. It's a real simple name. I can't remember, but there's a way to, like a hydrometer type thing that measures the salinity. I was too cheap to buy one of those. Never did get one. It's still on my list. But anyway, I found in the culinary arts, some of y'all might have seen this before. They make these pink Himalayan salt slabs that you cook on, like you put your slab of salmon fillet on this salt block and cook it literally. That's what I found to obtain enough Himalayan salt without spending a fortune. And I'm just sharing this case. It pays off for anybody else. Another thing that happened with the salt.
Does it make you feel indifferent? Does the texture of the water change?
Yeah, if you get enough salinity in it. But this is not something you can do all the time because of how much salt it takes to reach this. Now, taking good old Epsom and Himalayan salt baths, you know, all the time. I'm going to do one tonight, but not at this salinity level. I was creating what I called a sea bath. I have a file of notes on this in there. But the other thing I was going to throw in there in case it helps anybody else, I literally by accident was stumbling through Walmart one day, and in the hunting department back there in the sporting goods, they have a little section that's, you know, hunting gear. They had a 10-pound bag of Himalayan salt for like $5. I swear I still have it.
Yeah.
Like a 10-pound bag. So between the salt block, later I found the salt bag in the hunting department. But to get to my point, hopefully, I figured all that out. I looked up and purchased a submersible heater that you use in like a big aquarium that had to be able the capacity for the tub. My tub was an aquarium that needed to be heated to a certain temperature. All right. So what I did, go ahead.
So like a saltwater pool?
Yeah, I made my bathtub an ocean.
That's what he's saying here.
I made my bathtub a heated ocean.
Saltwater pool? That's awesome.
So I took, I got the submersible heater so that I could, because what I did with this, y'all gonna think it's kind of gross, but I had that bath going for 6 solid months because bacteria cannot grow in salt water. Okay, in that kind of salt water of that salinity, nothing grows in it.
Right.
So I made a clear vinyl cover for the tub. I kept that over it when I wasn't using it. I got an aerator, just a little fountain pump aerator, just, that you put under, in any little water fountain.
Yeah.
So I left the aerator running all the time. So that kept circulation going. I had all my salt dissolved in there. I've got how many pounds of it, just a lot, like 10 pounds of salt in there. And then when I got ready to use it, I would turn that heater on. The little aquarium heater just stayed in there, but I would plug it in, turn it on, and let the water heat up, take cover off.
I bet that was nice. What made you decide to get rid of it?
Well, it went on long enough. After however many months go by, you do end up with a bug in it here and there. Somebody gets lost in there, and you got to dip them out. I mean, after a while, after a while, it's just like this water has been in my tub for 6 months. But I went so far with all that to research the flotation tanks. Everybody's heard of the sensory deprivation tanks. Those kind of became a fad again now. And there's some around me. I've never tried it before, but it's the same thing. It's like extremely high salinity, and you just float in there.
So if you had like one of these, what do they call those? Everybody gets one at Christmas where it circulates the water. You would have a jacuzzi saltwater.
Yeah. The thing with those is, if it's a jacuzzi type contraption that does not circulate water, but only air. I mean, you can't circulate this high salinity salt water through those.
Oh, I gotcha.
Yeah. So that's why I had to, like, for the aerator that I used just to keep it aerated, I used a submersible little fountain air pump that's made to be underwater.
I bet that was really nice.
Well, the only thing that happened, I was surprised. I thought of so many things about it as I was creating everything, but the only thing that did happen is I had found this beautiful, heavy, thick chrome bathtub stopper. I mean, this place is 30 years old, so is that bathtub. So I found this chrome stopper, and I didn't think about it, but that salt water ate that thing up.
Oh, wow.
Stopper was totally corroded.
Yeah. Now, is this like a clawfoot tub that you're using?
No, I do have one, though. I have a cast iron clawfoot tub I've had for about 15 years in 3 different states now. And it's sitting out in my garden. I use it outside. I don't use the tub outside. I'd like to, but the tub itself just like sitting there, like out there as a garden ornament. But I eyeball that thing, and I'm like, what if I put a salt bath in that?
That would be so nice.
Easy thing like you're talking about. What if I had this old cast iron clawfoot tub and I could just lay out in it in my yard? So if I was a little more ambitious, I'd be doing something like that.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry that got so long-winded, but somehow we got, Eric was talking
about. We were all interested. Everyone's putting input in it. So.
Well, this is how my Rain Man shit will get me in so much trouble. Because there's so much that I need to be doing and I'm behind on. My whole life's bottlenecked, and then my brain will catch on to something like this.
I agree. That sounds great.
So I want to set it up again and do the therapy. I call it, as a therapy. But that's what surprised me is I was following my instincts about all of this. And I was so desperate to replicate being in the ocean that I just fell into this and kept going deeper and deeper and deeper. I thought, I can make this work. When I stumbled on the reality that I'd never heard of this philosophotherapy, and it's from ancient Greece, they did exactly this.
Right.
With the oceans, and it's a salt water healing modality that's been around forever. Like, why are we not doing this now? Why is this not like a part of our everyday life?
I want to check into that.
Rattling off.
Whenever I'm hurting, I want to get in water. I don't know. I want to get in hot water, whether it's washing my dishes when my hands are gnarling up, I'll go wash my dishes, by hand when they're hurting. Just that hot water,
Salt water and salt itself. I mean, it's a cleanser. And you can get into those sketchy areas that not everybody is into, as far as the esoterics of other energies and forces that are flittering around, and the salt does help with that. Yeah, the Roman bathhouses, absolutely, Southern Yankee. I think it was either your chat or voices months ago. I thought, God, I got to shut up. These people are not going to believe me. I sound like an idiot. But my best friend currently in this era of my life was a Jungian deep psychoanalyst for 40 years, but he was also a professor of paranormal research.
That's
He's
awesome.
He's like a geeky professor. I mean, he stands in front of a classroom and teaches like how to ghost hunt and stuff from a scientific perspective. That's what I love about him. He knows the occult backwards and forwards. He's just an amazing teacher. But anyway, we were having this discussion in one of his lectures I was attending one time, and I raised my hand and questioned something about what like Erica and I were just talking about with salt baths. And he highly recommends the salt baths for cleansing from other energies and things that might be attaching themselves to you. The one tip he gave me that day, and this was a couple years ago, he said, but it's important that you put your entire head under the salt water. You know, it's important that you submerge your whole head. Oh, thank you for mentioning that. God damn it. I did it because, you know, he knows everything about everything. Y'all, I had salt water stuck in my hair for weeks. Look at my hair.
In North Carolina Beach, it's I know what you mean. It
my
fries your hair, doesn't it?
And I kept washing it and rinsing it and washing it for over a week. I was like, I can't do that no more. So I need
That's what I remember the most about living at the beach is my hair stayed fried.
Yeah, that I had so much heavy salt water in my hair, it just fried my hair, and I could not get it out. But I need one of those swimming caps, something that I can get all of this up under. If I could just cover my hair, but I'm weird about my hair too when it comes to this stuff. Hair is dead, but it holds energy. And now the Native Americans, when they're grieving, when they have trauma, they will cut their hair off. Did y'all know that?
No, I didn't know that.
They will cut, if you see a Native American or in a movie or something like that, they'll shave their head, they will cut their hair off because they believe that trauma, like all of your life experiences, are being held in your hair. Your hair is dead. You know, it's not like a living organism. Your follicles are living, but the rest of it's not. But they believe that holds on to all that. So if something, you know, the gosh, sound like a freaking nut. But the most recent occurrences in your life, that energy is in your newest hair. You know, the oldest stuff is down here. So when they would suffer a trauma or severe grief or things like that, they would shave their head because they wanted that energy out of their hair.
Very interesting.
But when I say weird about my hair, I did this right before I got on here because I was having a really not good day, not good week. I'm just struggling like crazy right now.
I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I was trying to get my energy a certain way because I felt like I'm just living in mud. You know, I'm just so tired and fatigued and worried about some things and blah. But I use a flower water really is what it is. And people can make this. I think, what's her name? That lovely girl. Is she in here? Soul Sister searching. So
oh, you're talking about Ash.
Yeah, Ashley. She makes a lot of these concoctions on her channel. Like she cooks them up on the stove and makes her water.
She's got neat stuff on her channel.
Yeah, I use some stuff called Florida water. That's actually a commercial fragrance that's been around since the 1800s, and it's just total coincidence called Florida water. It's made in New York. Because Florida means flower. That's where the name Florida, that's what that word means, is flower. So this Florida water that I buy, and I keep it in a little spritzer, and I spritz it around my hair and my upper body as a cleansing agent. But a lot of people use it around their tarot card readings and, you know, anything. I'll spray it in my car.
Yeah.
But even whether it scientifically does anything or not, but if, and this gets into the esoterics that we have to do on another show, is how your subconscious ties into these things. Salt air hair. Is if you have little rituals like that and little habits like that, and some of it might be founded and grounded in science, and some of it may not be. It's just, nobody can prove it works or it does anything or not. But when you subconsciously believe that it works, that's all that matters. And we get into these discussions about people reading how do tarot cards work, and how can you read those things. And I used to work in metaphysical shops years ago, managed a couple of them, and we would have readers on staff all day, every day, that were different readers. They would have their schedule and their rotations. And some of them use runes, some of them use tarot cards, some of them didn't use anything at all. They all have their own little way of doing things. But it's the subconscious at work. It's the intuition at work. Just like Erica's Reiki work. These are just tools. When you use like tarot cards, it's just a tool. And like really, really good readers, tarot card readers, will often tell you, I don't need these cards to do your reading. Like I can give you the exact same reading without having a deck of cards laying here, but they are, oh, thank you, little G. but they're a connection, I can't think of my vocabulary right now. They're oh, it was right there too. It was right there, like a conduit to your subconscious. So back to my Florida water. If I spray that Florida water,
before you switch, I got to pick your brain about one thing, and I'm going to talk about this tomorrow.
Oh, cool. Go ahead.
Because of the trauma that I have gone through in my life, it has put my faith at a point where, and I don't mean this in any blasphemic way, my Christian friends, please still love me, but I don't want to worship a man anymore, or anything that might represent a man anymore, because of the trauma I've been through in my life. And I want to celebrate and have a savior that is a female. And my husband says that is Hinduism. Now, is that what you and Erica are talking about? Where she talks about the chakra, and because of places that he has taken me to, I see that represented a lot. And so I'm asking, is that a representation of a female savior?
There's a lot. Let's see what Erica's saying. Loving the conversation. The goddess energy. This does get into some really deep stuff, and it is definitely easy to step on toes of certain people sometimes. I wish that people could remain more open.
Be open-minded here,
please. I mean, personally,
just because in society and in the scenarios that I have found myself in my life, the woman has always been subservient and in a lesser than role. And I don't want to
and I'm sorry to say it, but that is woven into Christianity heavily. And so I'm trying to step on anybody's toes. I'm just speaking my facts here.
Right. And I've been introduced to lots of different religions throughout my life. And if I were searching for a new organized religion, and it might not be organized religion that I'm searching for at all.
Good point. Yeah.
It might just be some essence of that I am not less than to a man.
Yes. Yeah. And I've had debates.
Something that celebrates a woman, for God's sakes.
That's the goddess energy.
And that would be Greek.
Oh, it's from all cultures. If you go back enough, I mean, the Celts, the Nordics, all of these ancient cultures and pagans, they recognized. Well, okay, then you get into the what's the opposite of the monotheistic, the polytheistic cultures. They, if you want to use the word worshipped, but I mean, they paid homage to male and female archetype gods and goddesses. There was no definitive, they were all male gods. There's a lot of female goddess energy. excuse me, in the ancient cultures and belief systems, and that Cleopatra was a goddess. If you study back into, and like I said, this just gets so freaking deep. The Romans and Constantine and the Council of Nicaea, you have to really look deep into understanding how we shifted from the ancient cultures and belief systems to the more modern Christian-based organized religions, as you said, and that's the key word. They're organized. They're organized by men. Okay, they're by man as a whole. But like the Council of Nicaea decided what books and stories would be included in the final indoctrinated Bible or not. They're all written by different people and different, completely, hundreds and hundreds of years apart. It's just, I don't like getting into that because it upsets people. I had to get comfortable with what's okay to me, and I also had to get comfortable with what's okay to other people. But I come from generations and generations deep of Southern Baptists. That's what I was raised around and in
Me
and
too.
all about in the South. Most of us
Me
were.
too.
So, I don't come
A lot
from
of damnation, a lot of ridicule, a lot of subservience, a lot of second-class citizen, and that doesn't fit me anymore.
and just Gypsy, the fact that you can be honest with yourself about that. When we start looking for our place and looking for our answers and looking for what's comfortable to us, we also have to be careful that there's a bell curve there. I found, I mean, I was scrambling through new age garbage and I'm talking years ago.
You mean these McChurches that have popped up everywhere?
Yeah, I mean, you're trying to find somewhere else to land. It's natural for us to seek our answers and seek our truth and seek understanding and seek our own spirituality. So you can mosey through quite a few different circles before you find what works. I personally, I don't, even if you go to the other end of the spectrum, so to speak, I've learned a lot about occultism, a lot about, different belief systems, I'll call them like that I enjoyed exploring, but I'm not so comfortable with them either because they're too organized, because there's a lot of human attitudes and indoctrinations that get brought into it. So I kind of, for me personally, I stay away from groups, period. I just don't do groups.
Okay.
I don't do churches, and I also don't do covens.
Right. I after falling into a couple of bad scenarios where I thought, this was my group or my pack or my village or whatever you want to call it, and it turns out to just be another McChurch,
McChurch.
You know what I'm saying? These pop-up churches that renovate a grocery store,
Yeah.
and they're called woke, or they're called elevation, or they're called all these other names. I've been there, done that. That was in the 90s when I was young, and I fell into churches like that a lot. And it was funny to me because I celebrated those churches and thinking this was the new thing. This was a contemporary way of learning Christ's word. But what got lost in that was fellowship. And like when someone lost their job or they couldn't get away to church, no one was stopping to pick them up. They never lost momentum in this this machine driven to I don't know, I can't explain it. It's almost like they lost a lot of the as we grew up in the Southern Baptist Church. Fellowship was a big part of church. It wasn't just scripture. It was just being each other's neighbor and being there for each other. And I think that is lost in these McChurches.
I just want to acknowledge, I really love what Erica said. Gypsy, look look at God as spirit or energy.
That's what my husband
And
says.
That's I've gotten into. I derailed myself as usual, but I started to mention that a minute ago that I've had debates.
That's hard to do. That's really hard to do when God is spoken in a male sense.
And that's what I was going to say. I've had this debate with people where the capital he, it's always he, and there's worshiping and there's serving and there's,
Mhm.
I kind of understand exactly where you're coming from with that. And what Erica just said. The place that I've fallen into that works for me is when people say, "Do you believe in God?" It's like, do we have 3 hours to discuss what that word means?
Right.
What do you
I
ask
do
me
believe in
exactly?
God, and I do believe that there's a higher power, and I do believe that God put me here for a reason. I do believe that He knows how many hairs are on top of my head, and He put my eyes not symmetric for a reason, and all my ears are on each side of my head for a reason, and I get all that. I'm talking about on, I guess. I don't know. I don't like thinking of I am in constant punishment to a man. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
It seems like a subservient, second class, and why is he always referred to as a he, except for in a song by Dishwaller in '94? I mean, seriously. I mean, it
it's
seems
not
like
a feminist thing to me. It's not a feminist matter at all. It's just
no.
that I think there is a God energy, and maybe this is where you're running into trouble with it too. I'm just saying, I don't, I can only guess. Is there's this God energy that connects us all. There's a God spark, okay? There is, and that's all connected through our subconsciouses with each other. So where does that energy become this male entity, white bearded sky god? That's, and again, I don't like talking about this stuff too much because I love and respect my Christian friends.
Same.
Um, very much, and I learn as much from people that believe differently than me as I do uh, people that are like-minded. I spent a lot of time. If you want to, and people, I'll probably get blown up for this one, but honestly, it's just the truth. If you want to really learn the deepest corners of the Bible upside down and backwards, listen to some atheists. Atheists know the Bible better than any Christians I've ever had a
Do you
conversation.
want to know an atheist friend of mine? It's so funny that you're saying that. I went to high school with Frank Zappa's niece and nephews,
Oh my goodness.
and he is atheist. A friend of mine, Keone Tita, is atheist, and we go toe to toe with this all the time. But and I always say that the Erica Badu words: most intellects do not believe in God, but they fear Him just the same.
Hmm.
And so I'm usually the one telling him, as a missionary, as a person that's supposed to witness to my fellow friend, my fellow classmate, I feel like I've got to save him. You know what I'm saying? I've got to like rally all of our Christian friends that we went to high school with and save him. And yet I'm wondering, I hear it now, and I hope that he's not mad at me if he ever watches me. That it
Well
sounds
said.
like it sounds like it's coming from a point of pain, and so I try not to attack anymore, and I try not to be McChurchish anymore.
Mhm.
And I back off, and I try to show grace now, because now that I've been through a lot of trauma, and I see, maybe there's a reason of like some trauma, and that's why he is turned against. I've found myself there when my daughter was murdered. I thought I was turning my back on my faith,
Mhm.
and it brought me to my knees, to a point to where I thought, I'm not a drunkard whore. Why did you take my daughter from me? Because
Mhm.
I watch cases day in and day out here, and I'm thinking they still have their kid. You know, I don't get it. What did I do that was so bad that you felt like you had to bring me to my knees and do it that way? Because from whence I came and the way I was raised, it was a punishment. You know,
I was just going to insert that because I'm as you're discussing this, I'm reliving my trauma, like one round of it anyway, early in life, that I never felt that way because I was already broken out of that construct of that thinking. But when I was a few days before my 25th birthday, I was pregnant with our second son. I had a son who was almost 3. He was 2.5, and I was very pregnant. A week before my son was born, my husband got killed on his job, and people think I got to be making this up, but he got killed a few days before my 25th birthday. His 27th birthday was 2 days after my birthday. Our birthday was
wow.
2 days apart, and literally within that week between he died and his funeral was both of our birthdays. And a few days after his funeral, I was in the hospital having our baby. And yeah, my son was born on October the 1st. He died on September the 22nd, and he and I both had birthdays in that week in between. So, but I never, you know, the trauma, the grief, the obvious, you know, you just get a phone call one day and your whole life is upside down and backwards and surreal, and nothing that you thought was real even exists anymore, kind of a feeling, you know. But I never felt like that because at that stage I had already started breaking out of that kind of belief system. Like I didn't, things just happened to people. And I hated it and I was angry about it, but I never felt like it was at the hand or the power of something else that happened. I didn't feel like I was being punished.
Okay.
I had a lot of regrets that this was a very different way I was about to spend the next, you know, decades of my life, raising 2 young, beautiful boys alone with no father. And it was hard. It was very, very hard. But if anything, the closest I can come to it is, especially in hindsight now, is looking at it as if there's a reason, there is a higher reason that I needed to walk this path this way.
Hmm.
There's some reason that I needed things to be this kind of way, for whatever I'm supposed to learn out of it and be different about. You know, we think that we have everything figured out. We think that we know who we're going to marry and how many kids we want to have and what church we want to go to. And, you know, we think we are so smart. We just know.
Yeah.
Exactly. And there's nothing guaranteed. We have so many expectations that we think we're entitled to have this life that we carved out for ourselves. And yeah, I mean, we do go for our goals and plan things. And yes, absolutely. But somewhere along the line, we forget that shit happens. You know, use the word against the Lucifer failed during the 40 days of temptation. Oh, see, that gets into that deep stuff. Some deep stuff. But yeah, that's so sad about her daughter. I just, you know, losing a child is just a situation in and of itself, apart from other things.
I'll tell you, Erica, that this is like, you know, I've mentioned this several times before, and I go around with other people about it because I'm so adamant about it being the parents' fault when things like this happen. And I'll tell you what I mean. It's my fault because, take for instance, maybe I was in abusive, toxic relationships or tolerated toxicity from people in my life, like my sisters. And she watched that and then followed suit. And maybe she wouldn't have had the relationship she had with the guy that took her on the drug deal. She would not have even have dated him if she had not watched mom lower her self-esteem and gray boundaries and standards. And she watched people talk to me in a way that she later let people talk to her and
But I have
handle
a
her.
question for you. What caused you to lower that self-esteem and to be in that situation? What was it about you and your life that you ended up on that path?
I just had a conversation with my brother and my dad, so I hope that this is okay to talk about. My mother was a paranoid schizophrenic.
Right.
And when my dad left, I was the baby of 5. And so my brother, who was 9 years older than me, being in the South, he picked up where dad left off. And he's the first man who ever put hands on me, spanking me, putting me in timeout, telling me to behave, telling me to brush my teeth, telling me to do my homework. And so sometimes, because he was just a 9-year-old kid, he lost his temper.
Mhm.
And later became an adult who did not have children. And so, he was put in scenarios that he shouldn't have been as a child himself. And when he lost control or took out his bad day on my butt, that carried through with me. And when I'm told I did it because I love you, or that I love you, it's that got skewed when my mom would haul off and smack me across the face because I interrupted a whatever, or she was very abusive, violent woman. And when you're told I love you, next to that, those boundaries, and that it grays. And so then when you get into relationships with men, you take a hell of a lot off of them that the normal pretty 20-year-old wouldn't have done. And so I found myself in not only abusive relationships with men, but also toxic relationships with girlfriends.
Sure. Yeah.
Girlfriends that used me to get dates with guys, or
Yeah.
girlfriends that used me because I was in a higher position than they were and I could take them on trips. Things like that. I lowered my, and I grade those boundaries. My boundaries were not finite. You will not talk to me that way. You will not treat me this way. You will not use me. They were in the sand, done like this. And so I think that she watched mom, go through those things. And so that carried over. And that's what I mean. It's my fault that she thought that behavior was okay. And now she's
You're
dead.
just explaining how it's not your fault that your behavior was that way. You just explained to me how your behavior came to be, your perceptions and your perspective on how you have relationships and
Definite. My perspective was skewed totally throughout.
Okay.
Throughout childhood and most of my adult life, my perspective is totally
So
been.
where does that buck really stop? Or does it ever?
Well, I'm trying to change it all now and find me a woman to worship. No, I'm just kidding.
It's a chain reaction of energies that develop generationally. It's not, the same behavior from generation. Sometimes, some cases, in essay situations and all, it certainly is. But you're carrying the torch for the whole thing when shit happened to you, and you had to grow through all of that yourself. And you are so certain that the path your daughter was on, she was very young, she was a very young, and in the span of life, and what people are getting into and experimenting with and doing, and trouble they're finding for themselves. And a lot of that shit happens with or without your influence, Gypsy. So, I mean, it's so easy for you to be so convicted, that have so much conviction that she was on that path because of you and your behavior. You can't, it's easy to go there, but you can't know that, because there are so many teenagers and young adults who have permanent damage and have lost their lives for the same reason, that in the same circumstances like she did, the same choices that she was making. but did not have all the stuff you're trying to put on yourself for it. You know, there's other kids in the same situation, the same terrible ending, that did not have the influence of a parent that didn't have good relationship.
Okay, like, let me explain. Like, going back to where we were talking about, this doesn't have to be with, let's just say, my boundaries were skewed even with my daughter. Like, take for instance, we were enmeshed at one time where, like, when I was a single mother for a while raising her, I
Mhm.
depended on her. And so, like, when we were, running the household together with her little brother, um, I think that boundaries got skewed there too. And so I got to carry all that because I shouldn't have put on her what I watched happen to him, and putting adult worries on her about, bills, or having to come home and be a latchkey kid because I was off trying to make money. Those types of things. The littlest thing, like being a latchkey kid, which I was when I ran away from my mother's and I went to go live with my father. My father was a detective and my stepmother was a beautician. So with me and my two teenage sisters, we were latchkey kids. We came home, we opened the door, we made ourselves lunch, we did our own homework, and I watched a lot of TV. Ask anybody that follows me. I have a lot of references to TV and MTV because
Everybody did. That was a whole generation of latchkey
it was
kids.
Doritos and MTV and homework.
Yeah.
And so, I guess with that being said, I guess what I'm trying to say is I was the biggest influence in her life.
Hmm.
And the person that she was around the most, and her eyes weigh heavy on me, and I didn't realize it. And I wish that hindsight's 2020, that I wish that I had been more cognizant as a young 20-year-old trying to raise a kid by myself, that her eyes were on me and she was watching the choices that I made. And so now when I raised her son after she passed, his father was also murdered. And so my husband and I took him on when he was about 6. And I always taught him, even today, be careful of the choices you make, because just one wrong choice can change the trajectory of your life forever.
Absolutely.
And I can recall a handful in my life. Boy, did I screw up with that single mistake. If I had just calmed my ass down and thought through what I was doing and not make decisions based off my emotion, and being finite with those boundaries in my life, and telling people, no, I can't come cook you chicken casserole. I've got to raise these kids. My
Yeah.
sister was very demanding of me. She's passed on
I
now.
remember hearing you talk about that. Yeah. Yeah. I
But
do.
her health got bad and she became very dependent on me. And she lived 2 hours away. So
Wow.
I would come in from, let's just say, an LA flight, and I had 2 kids at home, an ex-husband, whatever, we won't go into that. And then my sister saying, are you back now? Well, come on up, come on up. You can do your laundry and cook me this. And I thought, wow, I've got a roof leak, and I was doing all this on my own. And I was like literally juggling. And I wish now that I had been, more finite with those boundaries in my life and said, no, I'm a mother now. I have to be here and I have to do XYZ. But I think that my daughter watched me, and she was trying to be a people pleaser, and she was trying to be here, there, and everywhere for everybody, and ran herself thin. And I think at 23, she was wore out. And I
Oh,
think
I'm
a
sure
little
she
bit
was.
of her, gave up.
And I'm sure you were too doing that. I mean, we all go through these codependent behaviors before we learn that we're being codependent.
Right.
When you don't know, you don't know. I mean, I could sit here, Gypsy, and chew your ear off for 2 hours about all the fucked up choices I made and things I did, as a single mother for 36 years now.
Yeah.
And I'm 60, I'm 61 years old, and I look back and um the relationships that I had and stayed in for too long. And
Oh, I know it.
kind of
I
like
know it.
some of the things you're saying, and I'm thinking, I mean, I was a absolutely devoted mother.
Right.
Absolutely. I'm not saying I was a rotten mom or anything like that. I was everybody's classroom mom every single year. I made every Halloween costume from scratch myself. I took very good care of my kids. But emotionally, I'm saying, why did I allow 1 ounce of my emotional energy to be sucked into these dysfunctional people that weren't worthy of having that from me when I had 2 little kids? That's another ounce of my
Why
emotional
did we
energy.
do that? Why did we do that? Those are moments we can't get back.
But what I want to drive home to you is that we're all walking through this. We don't just know what we don't know until we know it. And so I've been on this growth journey, for decades and decades. And when you do wake up to it, sometimes you wish you hadn't, because then you got to carry that damn baggage and pick apart all that entangled mess. And so,
On that note, I was in my 20s and I was engaged to a guy, and he moved across the country to Oregon. And then when Amanda got out of school that summer, I moved out there and we were to marry, and we were going to elope in Vegas. And it was a big old hoopla. My family didn't want me doing it. Amanda didn't like the guy. And I was determined I was going to leave the state of North Carolina. Damn it. I'm going to Oregon, whether I get married to this fool or not. I just want to see the West Coast.
right.
So I give up everything. I move out there, and he's cheating on me. And so it wasn't so much the relationship that I was pissed off about. It was my apartment, my things. I was like, oh my God, I've got to start all over again as a single mom and start from scratch. So I took some pills, and I remember the paramedic that found me. I had wandered off and was in a ditch and had passed out and collapsed. And this paramedic that was bringing me to in the back of the ambulance, he's telling me that he was going through the same thing with his fiance. And so he's telling me his sad story while I'm like trying to come back to life. And I said to myself, you know what? I was dying perfectly on the side of the road.
Dying perfectly fine.
Now you're going to bill me $1,200 for this damn ambulance ride.
Come get me out of the damn ditch.
I had just paid off an ambulance ride. I was like, oh no, am I in an ambulance? And I was thinking another bill. And he's just going on and on and on about his fiance leaving him at the altar. And I thought, oh, great. Here we go. Here we go.
I know you've heard this 1,000 times, and I hate cliches, but you're only human. And we all go through these things, and your situation ended the way it ended. And I just hate to hear you going through this stage of your life still holding that much accountability for the way things happen.
But if parents don't, look where we're going as a society. Don't we have to change that and go back to it's the parents' fault?
We're not fucking June Cleaver. Don't you understand?
Yeah, I know. I know.
June Cleaver, Jets.
It just seems like we're not taking enough accountability, and that's why there's shootings everywhere, and there's
many cases that is absolutely true. It is absolutely true, but I just don't feel like you can take the weight on your shoulders and carry that when shit just happens. Shit happened to you, that you did the best you could getting through the situation that you were in. We all do that. We all do it. Some of us screw it up worse than others. Some of us champion through it, you know.
Yeah.
We don't just come into this glued together. You know, we don't know what's
Yeah.
going to happen next. I mean, when you were 3 years old, you didn't know what your life was going to be like with your mother when you were 10 and 12 and, you know, and things, and then your brother in that situation. And I just, you know, there's a lot of doo-doo around here, and people, you know, your daughter was involved with certain people that if it wasn't those people, it could have been different, similar people. But like I said, kids get involved in a lot of it's our society and our culture more so than like your individual parenting choices.
Hmm.
Because this stuff is going on every day, everywhere, from all kinds of different cultures, you know, within our society and different family dynamics. Yours ended the way it did. It just did. And I just hate for you to continue wrestling with that much accountability for the world being nasty out there.
That
For
would be
you,
really, really hard for me to even grasp the concept that it just happened. Because we're empaths and because we're deep thinkers and
Mhm.
because we see the bigger picture, and that would be just hard.
Well, and as parents, just generally as parents, everything that happens or doesn't happen to or for our kids, there is a certain ingrained accountability or at least responsibility. You know, I'm having to catch myself right now as we speak, because my wonderful that baby that was born a week after my husband died, he's 36 years old, and he is so awesome. And he looks just like his dad. He's a clone. He's a
Aw.
genuine clone of his father. And you know, y'all all know kind of the crazy stuff that's going on all across the country right now. His company laid off 26 people a few weeks ago, including him and 26 coworkers. And this is in rural Northern California. So I'm having to catch myself because I think that, you know, I'm afraid that if I don't lecture him about this and lecture him about that, and he doesn't need my lectures. You know, I was talking to an acquaintance on the phone the other day, and I said, "Oh yeah, he's getting ready to go to Albuquerque with a friend of his who wants him to ride along to go pick up a dog in Albuquerque. She's getting, and it's like a 20-hour trip or something." And this person said, "Oh, got no food on the table, but we'll go get a dog." And I said, "Honey, he's got severance pay, 70 hours of vacation, and over
Wow.
$1,000 in his savings account." Now, and I'm digressing like hell, but what she was doing was projecting her loser alcoholic son. She's got a son about the same age who was an absolute loser. That's a
Mhm.
terrible word. I don't like that word. But I mean, he's a mooch. He will not work. He stays drunk all the time. She's trying to put band-aids on it all the time. That's her plight in her situation.
Mhm.
And so she just projected that into, you know, because my son got laid off, then that translates to her as he's got no food on the table, but he's making bad decisions, going to go to Albuquerque to pick up some dog. Like, first of all, he's also a dog trainer by trade his whole life.
Right.
The dog isn't his. He's going with the friend who's picking up a dog.
It's hard to like let
First of all, he
someone
has
projecting
$35,000
let
in
it
his
bounce
savings.
off of you, you know? I know what you mean.
$35,000 saved up. I think he's going to not be hungry for a little while. Don't worry about it, you know. But really, I'm sorry, y'all. My point of that was, you know, with parenting in general, because of his situation, I have had to sit on myself every day, just like my thoughts are on him. I need to make sure he doesn't do this or doesn't, get too complacent, or he's going to end up going through all that hard-earned savings. And it's just one thought after another. Like, I'm still mothering him, but I'm
Won't
trying
we till
to,
they die though, won't we?
yeah, absolutely. And that's what I give myself that. I'm like, you're a mom. This is what you do. My job is to buffer that every day, let him be the man that he is. He's making very good decisions. I would run across online something about online job listing scams. Oh, and I'd forward that to him. Be careful. You start doing any online. Oh, be careful of this. Be careful of that. Oh, here's an unemployment scam going on. Be careful. Watch out. I'm still having to pamper him. I think what I'm trying to say to you is I still feel responsible and accountable to this day for whether it's okay or not.
We put that human here on earth.
Yeah.
That's how I feel. Yeah. I put that human out into the world, and it's my responsibility to make sure that they were ready for it.
I don't think there's anything that can, for your situation, that could or should ever take that element out of it, because it is a very real thing. But I guess what I'm saying to you is all of us other parents out here that struggled through our growth. We didn't come into this as June Cleaver, we didn't come into this as enlightened beings and understanding all of the dogma that we had to wade through and the indoctrination of how things are done or not. We're all wading through that. So you're always going to be the responsible, accountable parent.
Mm-hmm.
No matter how many kids you might have had in your life and how many you raised or how many got tragically taken from you. But I just don't like that, knowing that you take on so much of that accountability for the way it transpired. And where's the mother of these other guys that were involved, and how were they raised, and who raised their parents? Like, what kind of role models did they have? And
they had crappy role models, and I would call them multiple times, come get your damn piece of shit. They're on my couch, mooching off my daughter, driving her car. And one of them, I bet, really wishes she had listened to me and come and got him, because now he's in a coma. So and the other one is in prison for 18 years. The shooter got life plus 14. And then there was one that was involved that he was the one who turned state's evidence and helped us get a conviction. He was someone who would steal copper, and he tried to steal live wire, and now he's deceased. So, if their mothers had been accountable and come and pick them up, things would have turned out differently, And
I tell you, I want to tell you how I see this scenario. In my perspective, is that what I see what happened to your daughter has nothing to do with you, and nothing to do with how you raised her. It has to do with why is there an opioid epidemic in our world to start with that affected you, that affected her, that is affecting so many families and so many people. Why is that a thing? Why do we have these kids in this society that it's so prominent to be focused on drugs and stealing copper and stealing it all, kind of thing? Why do we have these problems that seem to be so much worse in our lifetime?
Well, I'll tell you my opinion. I feel like certain things like biochemical warfare has been a way to weaken our defense. If just like if you were to go back to Vietnam, a lot of them were hooked on black tar heroin out in the jungle. Yeah. And it was weakening our defense. And now we have, biochemical warfare with hormones injected in our food and processing, that now we have trans as that would be our defense right now. Absolutely. So think about that, it's a different type war that we're up against. And I think it's 100% geared to weakening our defense.
So those are all very, very valid points. And again, that's when I look at your personal situation, I look at it more from that perspective that it's an environmental and societal and cultural matter, much more so than it is your parenting matter.
When it all happened, I was in shock, of course, for a while, and then I went on a
Yeah.
mission to get her justice because it happened in a town where I was not from, and I didn't have a village really behind me because they were up here in my hometown.
Didn't you drive by there
So
recently? Didn't you go and drive by the site?
I
Not long.
did, and now her son has moved there.
Oh,
So I panic. Anytime there's a wreck, anytime there's anything, I panic. But and I think to myself, well, I don't even want to go there. I don't even want to go there. But my I lost my train of thought. What was I saying? I had put up a Facebook page and I was, getting feedback and getting, I was getting street, word on the street. This is what XYZ is getting ready to do. And so I was keeping in contact with the DA's office and preparing for the trial coming emotionally. And I was talking to people about issues that had arose in that town as far as they were really running the town based off crime because the textile industry had shut down and gone abroad. And so the town at the time was really running off crime and fees and that sort of thing, and the revolving door at the courthouse. And so I had started this page, and I had a school teacher of hers say, if she hadn't been taught to hang out in places like that, she wouldn't be dead. And I've gone back and even friended that teacher because I needed to be told that. I need to be told that. I need to be told this is your fault. Because she was, she made decisions based off what I taught her. Just a minute ago when I said we give birth to these people, it's our job to raise them to be ready for society. And if they're not ready for society, we're supposed to pick them up out of society, bring them back, and get them ready. I don't feel it's society's place to finish where I left off or to fix where I screwed up. And so I feel like it was my responsibility to teach her, look, I know that you watched me do some fucked up shit when I was in my 20s and running the streets, but you don't do that. Or I shouldn't have done it in front of her. Or I shouldn't have had her exposed to people that she was exposed to. I feel like it's my fault. I should have ran a tighter ship. I should have been a better Christian. I should have been a better mommy because I'm mommy.
But you put a lot on yourself. Like, how are you supposed to teach her that when you haven't learned it yourself yet?
Well, I guess you're not supposed to have a kid when you're 17 like I did.
Right. You had all of your baggage that you didn't ask for. Somebody handed you all that baggage that made you who you were at that time, at that time of your life. And until you work and learn your way through it, and some people never do, they spend their whole life. Look at some of the people we're dealing with in our community right now, okay? That are, way up in their years to be still doing the shit that they're doing,
right. And those that are, they would rather bleed from their eyeballs than say, yeah, I did that. I'm sorry, I screwed up. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I did that. I shouldn't have done that.
Yeah.
As easy as that is for me and you, they would rather die of bloody eyeballs than to say, yeah, okay, I did that. I shouldn't have done that.
That's what I was saying yesterday, that they,
it is the most mind-blowing thing.
It is the most mind-boggling thing.
Say I fucked up.
I think that these people are so conditioned to living this way and managing their world and their life this way that making excuses to cover up their shit is like brushing their teeth.
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
And no one's buying it.
It's their default. They go to that immediately. It's the way they've always done it. Like to do it the way you're describing it, the way you or I would say, that was really stupid. That was really horrible. You know, they don't even have the wiring for that.
I don't understand not wanting to grow and be a better you before you croak.
Okay,
You know?
keep talking. I'm going to the bathroom, okay?
Okay.
I'll make sure you heard me. Okay, I'll be right back.
I don't understand why you don't want to be a better human before you meet God. You know what I mean? I mean, what if you die and you meet God and it is a woman? You know what I mean? And all these years, you've been a jerk. You know what I mean? You know? I mean, Southern Yankee, I'll admit, I'm still not an affectionate person. We break cycles. We can break cycles. Absolutely, we can break cycles. And we can grow to be a better person no matter what age you are. My mom on her deathbed said to me, you know, it was a couple of months before her deathbed. She said, or she was dying on her deathbed. I mean, it was just a couple months. She had 6 months. So within that 6 months, she said, I guess I was a bitch. I'm sorry. I did the best I could, but I guess I could have done better. I'm sorry I hurt you physically, emotionally. You know, she really got it, you know, right before she met her maker. I mean, it took, you know, her being on her deathbed, but she said she sat there and watched other people at the nursing home come and visit her, but no one was coming to visit her, and she had 5 kids. And she said she finally got it. She said, I guess I mistreated you kids. It's like, you think, you know, but yeah, it can happen. We can break cycles and grow every single day to be a better human being. Otherwise, we're Neanderthals and we've gone backwards, you know?
All right, I'm back. Sorry. I was hearing you the whole time.
But I was agreeing with what she. Oh, where is it? Up here.
Where I don't have
She was saying about breaking cycles. Absolutely. Draw a plate here.
You know, speaking of all the grief, okay, the trauma and the grief, I just came into my mind, so I'm going to share it. But I remember after my husband died, and here we were so young, and I had his very young babies, and he was just such a charismatic, wonderful person. He was like that guy in high school that everybody loved. I had to fight him off forever over him. But after all that tragedy, I went through the guilt immediately. I felt guilty for still being here, enjoying our babies and watching our kids grow up, and he didn't get to be here for that. And I literally felt guilty.
Yeah.
That when it had nothing, you know, it was none of it was by far was my fault. The man got electrocuted, you know. But what you triggered me to think just then is that I remember at some point in that grief cycle, I sat there one day and I thought, and I want you to think about this, Chips, you probably already have because you've been through it all. I sat there one day and I thought, how would I feel if it was me gone and he was here with the babies? He got to watch our children grow up and I didn't get to. What would I want for him? And the very first response I had to that question for myself is that I would not want him to spend his life traumatized and grieving and altered because of me being gone. I would not want him to spend his life without being in love with somebody else and enjoying every day as much as he could and being the best person he could be for our kids. And that was a self-contained Q&A, you know, that I asked myself that question and I answered that question for myself. And I felt very strongly that if I were the one gone, that is exactly what I would want for him. And it
Keep
helped.
talking. I'm gonna get this drink real quick.
Okay, and it helped me flip it back and get on my feet and know that I had to be strong for our kids. And I promised him, as I was putting him in the ground, that I would give his kids the best life that they would have had with us both, as best I could, that I would be totally devoted to them, and I was. But there's grief. It's natural to go through guilt. Even something like what happened to me, that his death and his demise and untimely tragedy had nothing to do with me, but yet I still felt guilty just because I had to let him be gone.
How do you get over that?
That what I just explained. You know, what if I was gone through no fault of his? How would I want him to feel, and how would I want him to carry on with me not here? And another thing that helps me, and you might have done this too, Gypsy, is I've spent hours and hours and hours off and on over the years listening to people with near-death experiences.
Okay.
And back in the 90s, my fiance was actually one of the more prominent near-death experiencers, a New York best-selling author. They made a movie about his book and his life
Wow.
and stuff. And I don't even want to say his name on here publicly, but we're still acquaintances and friends and stay in touch online. But I learned a lot, you know, from being with him for a few years about the near-death experiences and going to conferences for the NDEs. And sometimes when I'm depressed now, just generally depressed, I will listen to near-death experiences. And it reinforces, you know, what these people think and feel when they touch that other side.
That would scare the shit out of me.
And what, you know, they would not.
Just the thought of watching it scares the shit out, because I'm terrified of dying. And I have a 13-year-old with autism.
Right.
And I have a trans femme 29-year-old. And then my grandson, who is going to be 19 in the fall. I panic at the thought of leaving them. That's what panics me. Not that I don't believe in God, not that I don't believe in anything existentially. It's the thought of leaving them. Yeah.
I half joke with mine a lot of times. That smoke's going in the wrong direction. I don't usually smoke in my house, but I just couldn't take it and have a cigarette. But I half joke with mine is like a lot of my mommy ramblings and my lectures and my nagging crap. It's really selfish. I mean, it's because I need them to know it and be okay, even though it's stuff they don't need to hear 90% of the time. But I say, I don't want to be on my deathbed and think, if I'd only told them, I forgot to tell them or warn them about this or that, you know. So you just become obsessed with
Absolutely. That was a driving force with when Ernie was saying, y'all ought to start your own channel. And I thought, that's what I should do. This is how I can live on. When I'm gone, they'll say, Granny warned us about China. Here, let's go look at some old videos of Grandma talking about this thing called MTV.
That's so funny. I never thought about it that way. And Granny talking about MTV.
You know, and it's a way for them to kind of know what I was like, you know.
I thought about just recording private videos for my kids.
But who's going to give it to them? They'll get thrown in the trash. This way, on the internet, my kids can't throw it away.
I might record some stuff, just like, you know, but it is kind of creepy. I mean, because in thinking of it in that context, like but if people do it, you know, people do it. But if I just made a digital recording like this and just speaking from my heart of, you know, my legacy or whatever, and I might be dead in 10 years or 40 years, I don't know.
Right.
It would be creepy to me. It's kind of like leaving a audible will, you know, or something.
I told my husband I want an old shit folder. When I was a senior exec secretary and they would take a flight overseas together, we all had an old shit folder. If something were to go wrong, this is who to call. This is who we need to, you know, and this is their passwords. This is where we can find this. And I told him I don't know where to find anything over at his desk. And I was like, I want one of those binders we used to have at
Mhm.
corporate that told me where to find everything. And so I guess I feel like I want to leave something like that, you know? So, you know, oh,
Well,
and by the way,
I'm trying to, that one of my, and most of y'all I don't think are quite as old as I am at this stage, but one of the things that's on my plate and on my shoulders at this juncture in life is it's really important to me to carve out some time to, hey, Donna, um, to carve out some time to get my affairs in order. Like,
yeah,
I just don't have any peace right now unless I know that they know everything you're talking about. They know what to do. Now, I've had a will, I've had 2 wills, you know, consecutively, because when my husband died when I was that young and I had 2 minor children, well, the first thing you have to think about is if something happened to me, you know, I needed to name who was custody of my kids. I had trust funds set up. I had to have all of that cut and dried to protect from me being gone out from under them. So for the kids' sake, it made it easy to have a full will estate package done, you know, when I was 25 years old. But then as they both grew into legal adults, became 18, it changes all of that stuff you had set up. So I had a new one done many, many years ago. And now I'm looking at my golden years, per se. My grandmother, for all accounts, everything important has become the blueprint of her life. That's cool,
I love
honestly.
that. That's exactly what
Um,
everyone should do.
I want them to
Everyone.
know exactly what I want done with my formalities in you know, at the end of my life. But um, anything like what we're talking about, like messages that you want to leave behind, you know,
Like,
I just
check
want to,
the oven. I might have left it on. That would probably be a
yeah,
joke
yeah.
I would leave.
But I just want to go to sleep every night, whether like I said, whether it's another year or another 40 years. Uh, I'm being optimistic, 40 years really. But I just want to go to sleep with that peace of mind every night that if I didn't wake up the next morning, all of my affairs are in order for them. And I think,
Right.
you know what, this reminds me that on one of your lives, we kind of touched on this because we were talking
Yes.
about our
All
clutter
of our
stuff
junk.
and all
Yes.
our junk. And my parents just went through that. My mother just got moved into a nursing home. That my, you know, my extended family and siblings and all, my God, they had to work their ass off cleaning out their 45 years of shit in
And
this
and
big
and and, and when we think about it, we don't think about it's going to be emotional for our kids to do this.
yeah.
I didn't think about that until I had to do it for my own mother. And I came in on day 2 of the process. And the sibling that got there the day before, uh, I couldn't believe the things that got thrown in the dumpster. Like, I went to Goodwill and saw a portrait of my mother in a frame, and I thought, wow. So I thought, I don't want that to happen. So I saw that obviously was something frustrating for that sibling to go through.
Hmm.
And I thought about it. I should have been there day 1, and I was being selfish, but I knew how traumatic it was going to be because we are down 2 siblings. And so going through mom's things also meant going through their things. And
Southern Yankee. Where's the pizza?
only one request. Yeah, we need a pizza, don't we? But you know, this is good stuff. I mean, I should actually have Mamita Alicia come back and we do something like that together on the show, because I
Mhm.
talk about, oh, I need a binder, but I need someone to help me put one together. I have no idea what to even put in one,
I think
other than I
there's
know I need his passwords, and I know I need to know, like, where do payments go, and I don't know any of that. He handles all that.
I think there's stuff online. There's forms and software and all to help you do that if you want to, you know, like I've seen that stuff where it reminds you of everything, the information that needs to be cohesive, you know. Um, but and I know there's different schools of thought from people on this cleaning out your junk stuff, I'm kind of going through. I know it has a lot to do with the phase and stage and age of life that I'm in right now. Like, I need to scale down my life for me a lot,
Yeah.
but it also
you-
falls. Go ahead.
Did you donate anything to the battered women's shelter last week?
Yeah, I've got stacks of it in my bedroom. I'm still
Oh,
cleaning
that's
out.
fantastic.
I have household major stuff that I'm cleaning out for the thrift store part of it that raises their nonprofit money, but then
Awesome.
also the literal clothing needs for the women themselves for the shelter. You know, it's like two different things under the same umbrella. But I know there's different schools of thought. A lot of times when I bring this up, people will say, I'll let them deal with it when I'm gone. You know, I just can't do that. I can't rest well at night knowing how much shit I have,
Exactly.
how busy my
Exactly.
kids are, and I just don't want them to be burdened with having to deal with it. And
You know,
that's
now she's passed on. They're not gonna want to go through this stuff. I mean, even she didn't want to go through it, and she liked to decorate like me. But I remember a fight that we had when we were moving out of. I want to say it was 5 bedrooms, if you want to count the ones that were upstairs. And she said to me, "Mom, I want to show you something." And she took me into the formal living room, and she goes, "Do you see this room?" I said, "Yeah." She goes, "What's in this room?" And it was nothing but lamps. And she goes, "It's nothing but lamps." And that's one truckload, Mom. One truckload is going to be nothing but lamps. She's like, "I don't mind helping you move furniture, but you've got all this bullshit."
I remember
You've
that.
got all this crap.
I remember that now. She said, "You have so much bullshit." And another thing that we touched on during that stream of yours a little bit, I don't know if it was just in chat or if y'all were talking about it on the stream, but how to deal with sentimental stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And I have moved. I've had 9 houses in 3 states. I'm a real estate
Wow.
junkie and a gypsy. My dad always called me I'm the only one that ever left our hometown to speak of, you know. I mean, they've scattered out of the area a little bit because Atlanta was just chewing everything up. But I'm the only one that just packed up, you know, before my 30th birthday, took my 2 little kids and just left the state and said, "I'm going to go live in Florida. Bye." So they think I'm.
Are you glad that you did that? Are you glad that you made that move? Because that's exactly how we went to the beach. We just sold everything and we got in our pickup truck and we drove until we saw water.
My drive and passion for doing it was that strong, and there was a lot of mixed up muck going on amongst them that had nothing to do with me but was affecting me.
Mhm.
And I had come into my own ideas of life and belief systems, and I grew up in that culture, and I didn't like the residue. You
Mhm.
know, I'm proud of my heritage. I love being Southern and all that, but I
Right.
just wanted to do things a little different. And there was a combination. There was a whole lot of different reasons that went behind it. But the thing I was getting at with that is I've moved so many times and I had so many different houses, and it wasn't until a couple of years ago that I started looking around here. Oh, I know what it was. A girl I had met
Mhm.
here had partnered up with her best friend, and they were opening this consignment shop. And I thought, oh, that's a perfect cue for me to clean out a bunch of this stuff and put it in a consignment shop. And when I was cleaning out to get rid of some stuff, this was like so surface level. It's a joke compared to what my mindset is now about it. When I thought 7 years ago I was cleaning out stuff. Oh God, it's such a joke. But what happened was that was the first time in all these years and all these packing and moving that I started looking at things around my house that
Differently.
I only had some of these things because I inherited them from my husband's mother, my husband's grandmother, my grandmother, and I have some very sentimental things. Don't get me wrong. My grandmother's cast iron skillet and her McCoy teapot.
Oh, yeah.
Everywhere. But I had crap that had been given to my mother-in-law, you know, 40 years ago. Stuff that came out of her house that we ended up with, and then I ended up with, and then and packing and moving, and never gave a second thought that I don't even like those little Chinese statues. Why do I have those? and you stop and think
Right.
about it differently. And then I'm looking at 2 grown sons, and I'm looking at this stuff and going, okay, if it's not something I picked out that I love having in my house, and it's not something that holds any sentimental value to me,
Right.
bins full of stuff from these same people that is sentimental value uh, of them,
Mm-hmm.
not these ugly ass statues that I don't even know where she got them from.
Right.
And I started thinking about my grown kids, and I'm like, my kids don't care that these came from their Mama Grady's house that somebody
They
her
don't
30 years
care.
before I was even born. And so I started for the first time getting rid of things like that I had never even stopped and thought about not packing and moving and keeping,
My
Uh,
now oldest, he had, let's see, it would be his great grandfather came here from Russia and is a Russian Jew and left his golf clubs. And he had golfed with, I want to say, Capone and Meyer Lansky. And there was this reel of him golfing with these gangsters. And when those golf clubs made it to my closet on a weekend that he came to visit, they stayed there. And we were moving from this last apartment to here. And my husband called and said, "Do you want these golf clubs?" He was like, "Not really." And I'm like, "Do you realize where these golf clubs have been?" He's like, "I don't give a shit."
yeah, the golf club.
So I was like, "Does your dad want them?" He was like, "No, that's why I've got them." And I was like, "So nobody wants these epic golf clubs?" And he was like, "No, we try to sell them at a yard sale." And my husband comes from sales background, so he gives this long sales pitch about where these golf clubs came from. And I think a guy offered us $10. So
Uh-huh.
that's where
Yeah.
the golf clubs wound up.
Yeah. I had a bunch of stuff out of
They don't care to keep it. They really don't want to keep it.
Senator Strom Thurmond's house, and I don't know. Most of the Southern people will know who Strom Thurmond is, but I don't
Oh
know.
yeah.
Well, I told you there was a time in South Carolina. I lived in Florida, moved to South Carolina for 7 years, and then moved back down here 10 years ago. The last house I had in South Carolina was Strom Thurmond's house.
Wow.
And he had that custom built when he was leaving Columbia, leaving the governor's office, and had married Miss South Carolina. I still have the PR packet of their black and white photos
Wow.
that the newspaper ran of them posing in that house and outside as it was being
Now
built.
this is historic. Yeah.
Yeah. So when I moved out, I had renovated that house. So when I moved out, there's a whole nother layer of stories behind all that. Gypsy, oh my God. I don't know if anybody remembers. I can't remember her name off the top of my head. I'm way too tired this time of day. The African American lady that was his daughter. And this was all over CNN. Like it was a big thing of them proving that this African American lady was Strom Thurmond's biological daughter. Do y'all remember any of
Wow.
that?
I just remember the
Back
name.
in 2002,
Okay.
I had just moved into his house. It was
Wow.
built in 1951.
So everybody's coming by?
And, well, I went into a bit of a panic because that hit the national news, and there's a whole layer of story behind another illegitimate African American son of his.
Wow.
That's who I had to buy that house from. It's such a long soap opera of a story.
That is
I mean,
incredible.
So anyway, yeah, that her names were on the tip of my tongue, but
You know, Sandy, you need your own channel. You've got a whole lot of to give
honey,
back here.
you should hear the story about when I toured with Jimmy Buffett.
I mean, you're fantastic. Your perspective, and you've just got a brilliant mind, and I appreciate it.
People would argue with you, including me. I do have so many stories. I worked on a big movie with Robert De Niro for a whole summer.
That's fantastic. So you were an actress at one time?
Yeah, but that's such a long story. I was doing acting and modeling down here in Florida. This is my first stint in Florida,
Okay.
over South Carolina, and both my kids were just gorgeous little blonde-haired, blue-eyed kids, and they got involved in it. There's a lot I'm leaving out. There's a lot of synchronicity, crazy, weird stuff that, it just would take me an hour to tell how it came about. But my oldest son got booked on this big 20th Century Fox movie was coming to town. They filmed most of it in Sarasota and some of it up in New York at Long Island. Great Expectations, which that movie has been remade like 12 times. This was a version of Great Expectations.
Okay.
If you watch the 1996 version with Ethan Hawke and Gwyneth Paltrow and De Niro and Anne Bancroft, somewhere in there you can see my little tiny butt in the background somewhere in a couple of scenes. It was not hard to act in that movie. But my oldest son was hired as the photo double for the young character of Ethan Hawke.
Wow.
Who was the main character of the movie. In the Dickens classic and all the other older remakes of the movie Great Expectations, that character is originally named Pip. And it is a true bit of trivia out of that experience. We're all on set down here in Sarasota. Where we shot that was at the Cottazon Mansion, which is the Ringling Brothers winter home mansion.
Oh, wow.
If anybody's ever been there, I'm talking about. If you've not been there, go tour that place. Oh my God.
Gorgeous.
And
it's in Sarasota.
In Sarasota, Cottazon Mansion, Ringling Brothers Mansion, winter estate. It is absolutely, it's like Biltmore. It's like a mini version of Biltmore. And yeah, our butts were parked on set at the Cottazon Mansion for like 6 weeks shooting this movie every day. But it was because my oldest son getting, hired on it. He was 12 at the time. But where was I going with that? Oh, so that little bit of trivia. The character's name is Pip, the little boy that grew up. I don't know if y'all know the Great Expectations story, the Charles Dickens classic. There was 100 people on set, the whole crew, the whole cast is there. Everybody's carrying around their whole copy of the script, and everything. The day before or the day of that we started shooting, the very first day, on a whim, they changed that character's name to Finn. So in that version of Great Expectation, that boy's name is Finn instead of Pip. Okay, through the whole movie. The name Finn came from Ethan Hawke's dog.
Why did they change it?
But they there's some stuff online about that. If you dig deep enough, you can find some blogs about it. They wanted to modernize it because it was a modern remake. It happened in modern times. It was a remake, and they wanted to modernize it a little bit. But that I could do a 2-hour talk about that whole era. I've got a scrapbook. I can even get out my scrapbook and show you all my pictures and stuff.
That's another thing I wish they hadn't changed. Because when I have company over, what am I going to do? Get out my laptop? I mean, I'm just photos.
Yes.
And photos on people's walls. I don't
talked
see
about that in
anymore.
chat the other day too, that I love having photo albums to flip through. I'm still old school. I still like pictures. I don't need everything in my life to be digital. And so, yeah, I do have a Great Expectations scrapbook. But it was just that was an exciting era of our life, and being around that caliber of Hollywood, if you want to call it that. Anne Bancroft was just freaking amazing. I'm standing in this mansion. That part of it, the interior mansion was both used in Sarasota and a mansion up in Long Island. So we were up there, and I'm standing like 12 feet from Anne Bancroft, watching her retake this scene 10 times and do it exactly identically the same 10 times in a row. I was just fascinated with getting to be that close to that production and watching these people work. She was married to Mel Brooks, so Mel Brooks is prancing around on the set, and Gwyneth Paltrow was dating Brad Pitt, so Brad Pitt showed up on the set, and so it just went on and on. But there was that one scene in particular that always stands out in my mind, and if y'all watch that version of the movie, you'll see it, where Robert De Niro, God, I can't remember his character's name because they changed it too, but he was the old benefactor that was secretly funding Pip's career through his
Okay.
from the time he
I
was
don't
little.
know the story, but I'm definitely
It's
interested.
what is insane is someday, I'm not going to bore anybody with it right now, but how much that storyline paralleled my son, the one that was on the movie set. His life totally mimicked that exact storyline of that version of
Oh,
that movie, where Ethan Hawke's character, Pip Finn, was a struggling little coastal Florida little artist kid. And he ended up being a famous artist in New York City.
wow.
My son's been an artist in New York City for the past 15 years. He grew up in Florida, Florida. And so he was the photo double for that character in the movie. Anyway, but there was a scene where
Hey, Justice Jane.
Robert De Niro, it's one of the opening scenes of the movie because Robert De Niro is an escaped convict. And he's hiding in the bayou, in the coastal water, tidal waters, trying to find food. He's still in his prisoner jumpsuit and everything, and he's trying to find money, food, whatever. And the little boy, Finn, Pip, the little boy is walking along the tidal water, sketching in his sketchbook. And De Niro is this rough and desperate prisoner. He comes out of the mangroves and tackles this little boy and slams him into the water. Like body slams him into the water times and manhandles him and to threaten him because he wants food, he wants money, he wants, anything he can to get the help that he needs. But he has to threaten this little boy and scare him to death and threaten his family and all that. So that's how that scene unfolds. That was my son in that scene.
Oh, wow.
He was the double for the boy that played the character.
Do you ever wish that you hadn't moved to Florida? Is there any reason at all that you wouldn't have moved to Florida?
Not that I know of.
Because me and my husband keep saying we're going to get down there and we're not going to want to come back.
But Jimbo and Thelma want to move to Florida. He's been saying that as long as I've known him for over a year. That when kids get out of school, they're moving to Florida. They want to move down.
I worry about certain things though, like I don't know the laws down there. I don't know the economy, how it is, things like that. I'm a little worried about. But
I don't know the laws either. I shouldn't say this on a public platform, but I mean I have several firearms in my possession. that when I moved back here with them the second time, and I've never even looked into. Like I said, I shouldn't talk about this publicly. I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
But
well, I'll tell you, when I tried to move down there when I was 17, I was pregnant, and her father was 18, and so we moved to I want to say it was Winter Haven, and when we looked for an apartment, I guess we didn't look into the laws or anything. They said you can move in, but she can't. And, we were like, why? And we thought in North Carolina, I was emancipated. But down there, this was in 1987. They said, she can't until she's 18.
Oh, because of your age, they wouldn't.
But in North Carolina, if you're pregnant, you're automatically emancipated.
Oh,
but I wasn't there. So we had to turn around and come all the way back.
I'm one of those when it comes to all this red tape stuff, and I'm not recommending this for anybody, but like do as I say, not as I do. I just live my life, and it's kind of when it comes to that red tape, it's like do what you need to do and ask forgiveness later. So I don't even really understand the weapons laws here. Yeah. When I go out of town, I don't carry with me all the time. If I did, I would get a little more educated with this. But when I go out of town, I'm packed and loaded. And I don't even know. When I lived in South Carolina, I lived 20 minutes from the Georgia state line. Mm-hmm. So it was nothing for us, people in that community to drive across into Augusta all the time to go to dinner, go to festivals, whatever, back and forth. And the gun laws were so different that we would literally drive, and I can't remember which was which, but in one state, it was illegal to have your weapon exposed in your vehicle. It had to be under the seat or in the glove box. In the other state, it was illegal not to have your firearm, your weapon visible.
Concealed
So
and
we
unconcealed.
would literally have a gun on the seat, and as you crossed over the state line, have to stick it in the glove box.
This right here is what I'm talking about. Because when we took off and moved to the beach, I had shitty doctors. And I went and I talked to a head med doctor, and he said, "Where did you move down here from?" I said, "Winston-Salem." He goes, "Well, honey, you need to move back." Because we pale in comparison to the doctors back home. You need to move back home. So here I am. And because this is a medical town now, it used to be the home of, cigarettes, RJ
Yep.
Reynolds cigarettes, and
Yep.
now it's the Comprehensive Cancer Center. There you go.
Those bastards bought out my American Spirit Tobacco Company.
Yeah, so
RJ Reynolds.
that is another thing that is hard to do when you move, is finding a new doctor. Isn't that true?
When I moved from, the place I moved here from, I had lived there 10 years this time, but the first time I'd lived here for 7 years originally was in that same place. So that was my home base in Florida, where I moved from. And one thing that I was not prepared for is when I moved my butt inland a couple hours north up here, I didn't know a soul up here. And I wasn't prepared for the burdens of being where you don't know anybody to even really get good reference.
Isn't that the truth?
For a dentist, a mechanic, an AC repairman. I mean, I had no tethers to anything. And I have, as I've discussed with people over the last couple of years, like, oh, I want to move back to the coast. I want to, where would you go? And I'm like, I just don't think I want to move somewhere again that I don't know anybody. I feel like I need to move back to one of the places that I have a little bit of roots, set in. And I'm not saying that's the way it'll unfold, but I am acknowledging the fact that, and I'm a different beast when it comes to medical. And I know you and I have gotten into this at times before, discussing this a little bit. Because we all think differently. We all have different needs and different views about these things. But I have not had health insurance for 35 years.
Wow.
And when I moved here, the first thing that I sought out, as far as the only doctor I have is a GP, just a regular general practitioner.
Yeah.
And I beat the bushes because it's like a needle in a haystack, with the mission to find hey Magnum, to find.
I want to be like her, honey.
Be careful.
That's my husband.
Be careful what you have.
I want to be a hippie.
I wanted to find a general practitioner that was in private practice, was not in a group, was not under a corporate. And we've moved so much in that direction that it's really difficult to find a nice, quiet little private practice doctor. But I found one, and he's right around the corner, and that's the only medical attention I've had. Maybe I told this story before when I was up here with you. Y'all can shut me up if I did. Gypsy will know. All right, a few years ago, about every couple of years, I go just have a pretty typical blood profile, lab work done. And he gave me my orders. My doctor gave me my lab order. And being uninsured, I went up to LabQuest or LabCorp or Quest, labs, whichever one it was, and walked in there one day, and I said, I've got to do fasting before I do most of these tests. But I said, can you just break this down and let me know how much the cost is for all these different, so if there's one that's on here that's like $300, I might want to think twice if I want to get all of these labs done or not, since I'm paying out of pocket. So she took my order, said, oh, sure. And she went tick, 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 and put it all in the computer, printed it out, and handed it to me. And just as she handed me my original order back, she noticed that it was stamped self-pay. My doctor's office had stamped the order self-pay. She said, oh, I didn't even see that on here. That's all going to be wrong. Let me rerun the numbers for you. So she ran the entire identical lab order as a self-pay. The sheet she handed me as a typical insured person, those lab costs were $860. The sheet she handed me for my self-pay lab expenses for the same test was $240.
Wow.
I still have both pages in my files in here. I still have both sheets of paper.
Wow.
But that's just to give you a pulse on how screwed up things are.
Yeah, they're all inflated before they ever even get to the.
It's such a racket. It's such.
And then your prescriptions, I'm sure, if you're ever hospitalized, like saline, it's like
And yeah, I know
$20 for saline.
Yeah, I know my 61-year-old dumbass is sitting here smoking cigarettes, talking about health care. You know, like I could regret all of this shit in a week from now. But I went. There's a story behind it. I won't drag you through it all. But when my husband died, you know, a lot of people have heard of the Cobra Law, which has been around forever, which means that you are entitled to sort of inherit the group coverage and take over the group.
Right, that's how I had my second child was Cobra. Yeah.
Okay, so all they did was when the 1 year renewal, because I was in the Cobra program, I was writing them checks every
There you
year,
go.
about my insurance, and all they did was when the 1 year renewal came around, they doubled all my premiums.
Wow.
Like you're not going to go shop around then or leave the program, you know, because now your premiums just doubled. So of course, and I was 25, 26 years old. I didn't know nothing about this stuff. So I shopped around and I just found private insurance cheaper than what now they were robbing me for.
Yeah.
Well,
weren't they like $250 a month or something like that?
Yeah, I remember it being something.
Yeah, they were like really.
Well, that
really
was my introduction into private insurance policies. When you don't have a group or a corporate or a company backing your policy, when you're private, oh boy, do they have a ball with you. They screw you up. So you don't have anything, you know, it's just little old you arguing with them about everything, and they rip you off. And they do the same thing. They double your premium and then say, oh, well, if you want to keep your premium a little lower this year, then you can up your deductible. It's just such a game. It's such a racket. And I don't even like when I talk about this because I always feel like I'm jinxing my shit. But but honestly, I don't trust the medical profession. So I'm a little more conservative than most people are about, I don't get colonoscopies. I don't get mammograms. I don't do anything out there that I don't have warranted to do for a reason. And I know I could regret that. That's a gamble that I take every day. But paying out of pocket for 34, 35 years now, I have never at the end of a year, and that's including vision, dental, you know, and all medical, I have never come anywhere close to spending out of pocket what insurance in any given year would have cost me.
Wow.
Just the insurance coverage. I'm not talking about deductibles and co-pays and, you know, so, and I can understand being controversial schools of thought about my decision, you know, to do this. And it may not work for me forever. And I might have a time that I end up regretting it. And I am looking now more into, again, being in these, you know, later stages of life, that I should look into what's available. And that's part of that, getting my affairs in order that I mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
You know, that's also part of it. But there's my insurance story. I just, I went through hell and back trying to keep insurance as a private citizen, and they can kiss my ass.
Yeah, you sound like my ex-husband. He's sort of that way when it comes. I want to ask you something. Do you go the homeopathic outlet, like using kratom and that sort of thing for pain, or
yeah, I've tried a lot of things. Now, I'd say, I'm just throwing this out there, maybe 20 years ago, I was really stubborn about going to get a diagnosis for my fibromyalgia. My father had it, and as I mentioned earlier, we're certain that my grandmother had it. It didn't have a name then, but she had the exact same symptoms. And so I was familiar with it enough and saw what my dad went through that I really, for years, just did not want to go to a doctor and hear the F word. You know, I didn't need or want somebody to officially say that to me. So for a long time, I didn't go get diagnosed. And then I finally did. And what that's leading up to is that I had a rheumatologist. That's who diagnosed me. And what do? They throw Lyrica and Cymbalta and
Yes.
what is the one that starts with an S? I hear it every once in a while, and I go, "Yeah, that's the one." When I hear somebody else say it, it started with an S. I know it when I hear it. But and then you're watching all these commercials. That's back when I still had a TV. I watched TV. But all these commercials or look it up online, whatever, the nightmares of these drugs. And these drugs are put through the FDA to treat epilepsy and seizures. Okay, all these drugs are designed to alter your brain signals. They're messing with your noggin. And
Okay.
sometimes that's a necessary thing that has its time and place. But then you look at that and it's like, are you turning off my brain signals? It's fixing my fibromyalgia. It's not. It's treating a symptom. It's turning off some symptoms, at the cost of all the side effects, and it's not repairing or curing anything. I get hung up on that. Is it repairing or curing anything? What is this exactly doing? So I wouldn't take all of those drugs. I wouldn't do it. And the nightmares I've seen and read about people trying to get off Cymbalta and stuff, I've just stayed away from it. I've stayed away from painkillers of any kind. So trying to get an answer to your question, I've been through it all. I've been through all kinds of supplements and all kinds of diets and changing eating habits. And I've changed my lifestyle. 10 years ago, I lost like 40 pounds, but I didn't just lose weight. I worked out every day and I had the body of a gymnast. I weighed 118 pounds. I was a size 5 dropping off of me. I was 50 years old.
So what are you doing for your fibromyalgia pain? Like when your wrists and all and your whole body is just in pain.
The one thing I call a cheat a little bit is I do have a prescription for naproxen.
Okay.
Which is an over-the-counter NSAID, anti-inflammatory. But the prescription is a little bit better grade of it. And even then, I use it very sparingly. I'll take half of one. Like before I got on with you, it's a calculated. I strategize it all the time. I don't just eat them all day because they dehydrate me and cause me other problems. But I took half one because I'd been crawling under my van all day. I was all flared up. And I will take half of one every once in a while for 2 or 3 days in a row, and then I won't take them at all for a couple of weeks. I will take, I think I mentioned earlier, got some really good quality CBD oil. Y'all do your research on your CBD, on how it's made and everything, because there's a wide spectrum of quality on CBD.
Gosh, I mean, there's so many head shops and at the corner store. I mean, how do you know what you're getting as even CBD oil?
I researched the crap out of it about 3 or 4 years ago. Like I said, the different ways that it's manufactured, where the plant itself is derived from, what parts of the plant are used to make it, and then how it's made. And there's all kinds of places to go wrong with CBD. There's all kind of garbage that's getting on the market. Some of the garbage that's getting on the market is got mold in it. If it's not third-party tested and properly third-party tested, there's, it's as big a headache as trying to deal with big pharma in some ways, because everybody's trying to make a buck off of it.
Exactly. So how do you, I mean, when you go to buy it, what do you do?
I order mine. There are other good companies, but the company that I found and stuck with from several years ago is called New Leaf. I think they're out of Colorado. Okay. The reason that confuses me is because their farms are in Colorado, yet they're based out of California, maybe, or vice versa. NU, LEAF, New Leaf, NU. And they run really good sales, and they have all the Delta stuff and the edibles, and I don't do any of that. I just order my good old raw CBD oil, big quantity. You get a lot more for your money if you just invest in, a larger quantity. And they are totally in control of their growers and their entire processing. So that's all I'm saying about that is be careful what CBD oil. Don't just grab some at the convenience store and trust it. Know the companies. in the factories and the manufacturer that's making it. But I do use that. Again, it will sit here sometimes for weeks. I forget I even have it.
Like, how do you know that the company is reputable if you've never ordered it before?
Okay, that what I did back in the day when I first did the nosedive in this is you just start Googling and read. There's lots of blogs that explain.
I just want to get off all these pills for my pain, you know?
Yeah. There's lots of blogs and articles that explain the manufacturing process and what to look out for, and how to recognize garbage websites. You know, like there's, I'll give you an example, Gypsy, is a lot of them, because everybody's trying to sell. That's their job, is to sell.
Yeah.
I'm going to put this towel in here because my charm on my bracelet.
I mean, even the gas station guys, you got it on, you know, right there. It is, you know.
Oh yeah, and there may be some decent stuff sitting around those shelves. I'm just saying, there's a lot of it that isn't. But it's like with anything you go into, there's connoisseurs that love to share their knowledge. What I was going to say is, like, as an example, to your question, you go on a website, a lot of them, and they'll somewhere in there, they'll try to claim it's been third-party tested. Well, when you've seen a real third-party test result, let me tell you, that stuff costs them a fortune to do. So when a company has all that invested in their third-party testing on a regular basis, they are more than proud to put that front and center on their website, not only announce it, but make it available to you. Exactly what lab did it. And then some of the bogus websites, I call them bogus, you know, whatever, but they will try to say they're third-party tested, but then you can't find anything of them proving that they were third. Or on, you know, 4 pages deep into their website, if you're lucky enough to find it, there's like one little page that some lab tested their one sample of their product 7 years ago and only tested it for the quantity, the percentage of CBD proven to be in that bottle 8 years ago. There is a whole lot of tests. When you see a real test, it's for pesticides, it's for mold, it's for all kinds. I mean, there's like 50 different things that are on that lab test.
Okay.
So that just seeing a website claim that they have third-party testing don't mean jack shit.
Like, I have several friends that own their own, you know, little whatever they're called, and I wouldn't know what to even look for or even ask them for. You know, I feel like an idiot, but there's so many variances of it. And how do you know that, I don't know, that you've given it the good college try before you give up on it and go back to Lyrica?
You know, that's one problem I remember coming across a lot when I was studying all of that is, you know, the connoisseurs of CBD products saying it's such a shame how many people you see and hear online saying, oh, I tried it, it didn't do anything, you know, because such a high percentage of people trying crap product. You know,
exactly.
crap CBD oil, and that's why you're getting any. Now, I don't, you know, there's some confusion because of the Rick Simpson oil that came out as a cancer cure. That's a little bit of a different beast. That's not the CBD oil we're talking about on the market. That kind of oil, you have to make it yourself or have it properly made, and it's an extensive process. But I mean, I guess you could look at this CBD oil we're talking about as a very watered down version of the Rick Simpson oil.
That's another thing. How do you know what percentage to look for when you go to buy? Like, you know, when you go get a prescription, they know that because of your body weight and whatever, that you need 1 milligram of Lyrica. Let's just throw that out there. How do you know that you're getting what you need?
These better companies on their websites, they will explain and educate you on all of that.
Okay.
On all of that. And this bottled CBD oil, it is regulated. They know exactly how much percentage of CBD, and is it in a carrier of organic hemp oil, or is it in a carrier of some other crap?
Uh-huh.
There's so many factors to look at in it if you want to really get.
It's overwhelming if
It's
you're a
overwhelming.
newbie to it.
So freaking overwhelming.
Mhm.
I remember going through this, like I say, 3 or 4 years ago, and I thought my brain was going to melt before I could figure it all out. But
I had a bad reaction to the white flower in white flower bark. Something like that.
white willow bark.
Yes, that makes me manic.
That's are you talking about kratom, or are you talking about
Thrive. It was in Thrive at the time that I took it, but I've seen it in different things. And whatever the percentage it was in a Black Label Thrive when I was dieting about maybe 4 years ago,
my chair squeaking? I'm used to it.
it really put me into mania.
That I don't know what that was, because actual white willow bark is, I'll say this wrong because I don't have a cheat sheet, but it's the name for aspirin. I mean, it's basically what aspirin's made out of. It's aspirin. I want to say it's acylic acid.
Then it must have been another
Yeah, it might be
ingredient.
something else. But that's why I asked if you were referring to the kratom, because
It was in Thrive, the diet patch.
yeah, but I've never used anything like that, so I don't know what
Yeah.
was in that. I'd have to look it up. But there's all kinds of herbs. I think it's Bavarian that I can't take. It makes me so sick. It makes me so sick.
Valerian root?
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
It makes me so
My
sick.
sister used to give me that when I was getting on her nerves. She worked at this little GNC store, and she had all these different, herbs and stuff, and she made up her own little pills and stuff. And when I would get, I guess, ADHD, she
Yeah.
would make me tea with valerian root. I was
Yeah.
knocked out for a week.
I was trying to remember what was it I took it for, and it might have been for anxiety or to help me sleep or
It
something.
sure is. It's for anxiety.
Medicine is fantastic, but it's not something to be taken for granted or taken lightly. I hesitate to branch us off into yet another arm of this, but the supplement industry is, it's that double-edged sword of you don't want regulation because that causes problems, but when it's not regulated,
I know it.
like, okay, they're putting all this. Look into the herbal supplement industry. It's a multi-billion-dollar a year on,
Because we don't want to take these prescriptions. I know. I see. I know.
They know this, and that's why it's a multi-billion-dollar a year industry that is completely unregulated. And what I'm telling you, it's when you hear the latest, greatest, go take your dandelion root or whatever. I mean, and I'm not knocking this stuff. I am much more on that side of the fence than not.
Right.
But
Yeah.
I'm talking about the industry itself. When you go to Walmart and you get them little green bottles of your Spring Valley whatever in echinacea shit, okay?
Right.
Echinacea works. It does exactly what it's supposed to do. Oregano oil of oregano works. Olive leaf extract. These all come in those little supplement capsule bottles, okay?
Mm-hmm.
But if you had a laboratory break open that little capsule of your plant medicine and actually tell you what's in there,
Really?
it ain't pretty. So it's kind of like with the CBD stuff that I was talking about. It's the same thing. When you're going to use these supplements and try these supplements, spend the money, buy them from a reputable company that stands behind their product and puts forth third-party testing to prove what is in their product or not, because you can easily end up taking the worst case scenario, a whole lot of garbage.
Mm-hmm.
But at the least taking ineffective. And you can't, when it comes to plant medicine like that, it's really difficult to regulate from one batch to another how much dosage you're of that plant extract and those compounds you're actually getting in those capsules. It's not.
It's heavy, because this last physical my husband and I both had, we both need vitamin B12,
Mhm,
and I went, of course, to Walmart and got that. You just said it. It's got a
mhm.
green label, and I don't feel any. I'm anemic,
Yeah.
and so I'm really dragging. And I wouldn't know what to even look for. I would be overwhelmed and then not buy it.
I
That's the truth.
honestly,
That's the
I'm not
truth. I would
recommending
be overwhelmed and then not buy it.
That's me. I mean, I'm not recommending this attitude or approach for anybody. It's just me being my curmudgeon self. But I'm such a deep diver when it comes to things like this. I'm so curious. Now I know everybody's trying to rip me off all the time. But what I get overwhelmed with that and discouraged and disgusted and defeated. And I get to the point that I just go back to keep it simple, stupid.
Right.
I go back to making sure plenty of water, making sure that and I'm totally overselling this because you wouldn't believe some like the crap I've been eating the last couple of weeks. I go through my phases where it's like I know I'm, mindfully eating crap. And then I have to balance that back out and fix it. Because I'm so bloated. Like I can look at myself right now and I see how bloated I am. I've got so much
You are at all.
we got so much inflammation and retention because I've been eating a lot of salt and a lot of grains. I don't eat grains hardly at all, and I get on my binges. But anyway, I just don't go all in on any of the supplements. Plant medicine is wonderful, but as our Western world likes to fuck up everything, okay,
Right.
they make it impossible for us to run around the corner and pick up a bottle of echinacea and rely on that for being what we're thinking we're buying or getting out of it. So it just who got blocked?
Someone saying they were wrapped, so I blocked them. I'm not taking any chances.
Why would Rap come in here listening to our bullshit?
I have no idea. I don't think he's ever even been on my show but once. Seriously. Nobody comes on my channel, so we're safe.
Oh gosh.
Go ahead and keep
Anyway,
going.
see, I can't even. I'm supposed to be a mod, and I can't even keep up with that stuff. I'm just looking at the StreamYard. Can you even do things from StreamYard if you're a
I don't.
mod?
Sorry, I was afraid to block it. That's okay. I got him.
What was he
Whatever it
saying?
was. He said that he was coming for us all, and what's Jimbo going to do about it? Stop.
You come on. You come on, Rapster.
Go get back on your porch, son. I don't think that was him. I don't think that he would.
Oh, I'm sure it probably was somebody just having fun.
I'm a grandma compared
But
to
that's what's dangerous for me. I forget I'm on YouTube, and I hate
Yeah,
it,
I know.
you know.
But this is great. This is good stuff that I want to talk about, and not not to get off on any of that though, but I really want to get advice on how to pick out vitamins and how to not get ripped off when you are trying to do things homeopathically. And like
Yeah.
October 50, she suggested food, but I'll be honest with you guys, food hurts me anymore. I mean, processing food through my stomach.
Yeah.
I mean, after
That's
a
probably
meal,
more from your meds than from anything. I just
I
want
am
to time out
bowed over.
chaotic. I don't know if she got my email. I've got all my feathers and bugs together that she's gonna look at.
Oh, okay.
We started. I don't remember if it was in here. I think it was that. We were talking about crows or something. Anyway, chaotic wants some crow feathers, and I have some crow feathers. And then the conversation went on, and she mentioned insects. I was like, I got insects too.
This is exactly what I'm talking about, Jimmy. The Food and Drug Administration works together. They put stuff in your food to make you need. I agree with that.
Yeah, FDA is.
I mean, anymore, anything I can think of right here, except for maybe Chinese food.
I want to ask
hurts my
y'all something
stomach.
about this thing because I come from deep in conspiratard tunnels. Okay, that's what
Mhm.
I used to be
Yeah,
like balls and this stuff. But do y'all know that a lot? And y'all can look this up. Okay, got it. Chaotic. No rush at all. I just want to make sure you got my email because I didn't even check mine. I can't do one thing at a time. Been sitting here for hours. Is that a lot of our food products here, like Kraft macaroni and cheese? There's all kinds of stuff that is just matter of fact brands to us that they have to manufacture differently to sell it in other countries outside the United States because there's stuff in them that's illegal in other countries. Look it up. The shit
wow.
they're feeding us, our lackadaisical, like Jimmy just said about the FDA, like to sell, and they do. They manufacture it differently to stay within the laws of like Europe. Because
Mhm.
there's crap in our food that they're feeding us that is illegal in Europe or Germany and
Mhm.
like that. There's forms of zinc that is illegal in Germany because it's been clinically proven to cause liver tumors, and it's still in all of our zinc products. Now, don't you want to go run out and buy your zinc
Now
supplement?
let me ask y'all this. We have figured out that the man is definitely trying to, but my question is when it's dwindled down,
Feathers and
you know, what are they doing here? Are they totally trying to wipe out an entire planet here? I mean, because it seems like it's coming from every angle now in our air and you know everything that we consume. So it's like, are they trying to dwindle us down to what? You know, I'm wanting to know
I think,
what's
I
their
think
goal number here?
yeah, what their end goal is really is okay, everybody up there is getting filthy rich, and it's all greed. Is a lot of marketing psychology going on across the board. I'm not talking about any one thing. I'm talking about our everyday life, everything we're exposed to that we're supposed to be consuming and buying and using, excuse me, as consumers, from our building products to the food we put in our mouth. They
Mhm.
control all of that. I don't want to be a fear monger. I don't want to run people off. So I'm trying to buffer this a little bit,
I consider it a real list.
but it's called, thank you. I've heard that many times. But it's something, if you think of it in terms of cradle to grave, okay, from the time we are born, we're in this system. And a lot of people, I'm sorry, just take that all for granted. My own parents for the last 15 years, if I hear another sentence start with, well, the doctor said, and let me spare you the hour of explaining what's happened to them in this last 10 years.
Mhm.
What modern medicine has done to them because everything's the doctor said, and I'm just going, God.
Now,
But
see, this is why I'm glad that we're talking about this, Sandy. I'm going to interrupt you for just a quick
yeah, please
second.
do.
While we're on all of our prescriptions, my husband and I, right before he gets ready to go back to the VA this week to get more, I'm like, maybe we should dump them all and take off to Florida for our final stretch of life. And you know, just sort of hippie it, vagabond it, you know, coconut bra and all. You know, I'm
There you go.
serious. Let's pitch the makeup and you know, go, you know.
That's where I am. I mean, that's where I am with it. I'm not playing all the games anymore. It's killing us all. I mean,
Mhm.
psychologically, emotionally, our psyche,
My
um,
quality of life is in the
our
gutter because
wallet.
I
But
can't peel myself out of bed.
if you do comprehend it as a cradle to grave program, from what the indoctrination in the schools, you know, to
Mhm.
all of the childhood shots and vaccines while they're
Right.
teaching them in school, and then you end up being tricked into insane student loan debt to go to college and get whatever higher education, and then
Mhm.
you're strapped into mortgages or rent you know, and I mean, our vehicles are crap. They got us driving crap vehicles with crap parts coming from China.
Exactly.
Um,
Our quality of life is going out, and I
it's
saw there was like some sort of a interview with Brooke Shields, and they showed you that little excerpt where she was on the island with Christopher Atkins. And
right.
I thought, what I wouldn't give.
Hmm.
What I wouldn't give. I would love to be, there on that island and
Yeah.
spearing my fish for dinner.
Yep.
I would
I've
love
threatened
that.
100 times to just move to Costa Rica and get a shack and a hammock, and
And
that's
a
not.
spear, and I'm good.
Yeah, yeah.
The
I have
man
I
is
have a
trying to
couple of
hold
friends.
us down.
I have a couple of friends. All I have to do is text them hammock, and they know the whole back. I'm ready to go to Costa Rica and give me my hammock. That's all I need. But yeah, I mean, I don't like being the Debbie Downer. I got really wrapped up in this stuff about 10 years ago, and Alicia's fun to talk to about this too, because her husband's really into it. Like, she knows all this conspiracy stuff. Um,
Hmm.
but there's a delicate balance to it, which I don't have any claim to fame for. um, I got so deep in it and so traumatized by it. The
Hey,
discovery.
everybody coming in. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
hey everybody. I got so traumatized by the discovery phases, plural, because you think you've learned something and you ain't even scratched the surface, and you don't realize how deep the shit goes. And so then you keep digging and digging, and whether it's the drugs or the food or the, whatever, our whole Western lifestyle. Um, and so many people are just so indoctrinated to it, they really have no idea that they're just playing along. They're all
Right.
like
We're
cattle.
little ants marching
Yeah,
in.
yeah. And no, it's not practical to think that or insinuate that everybody should just go live off grid and detach from leave the matrix, as they say, or whatever. But there is a tipping point that needs to happen.
Definitely.
But honestly, when I was so engrossed in all of this, because I was fascinated, I was very painfully fascinated with it all, going, what? But it made me so sick. It just added a whole layer of my chronic illness, from my early life trauma, and that I didn't know I wasn't healed from and didn't understand. I was studying all my psychology to get through that, and got in this stuff. And I have this, I mean, we're all kind of here more or less in this little subculture because we're into true crime, and we're into true crime for a reason, and I'm still into
Yeah.
true crime, but it's because I've always, since I was a kid, just been really passionate about justice and injustice,
Yeah.
right, wrong, and then also the psychology, the criminal psychology, um,
Right.
behind these things. So that part of me is what got lit up in the conspiracy world of learning, a lot of this stuff. And what I was saying is the tipping point is when I was in it all day, every day. This was my life. um, I saw what it did to people.
Yeah.
And I saw what it was doing to me. I saw with these other people where I was headed. That's me next. If I don't,
Mhm.
I was just absolutely, my God, I just could not believe. I just wanted to pack a bag and disappear into the horizon. So,
Right.
really,
Right. Definitely.
much less than trying to get your loved ones to understand it. And then you're just crazy. You're just a pain in the ass and crazy.
I don't know. The more, and now I'm getting ready to go visit my dad down there, so maybe this will give me a good idea of where I want to be in the world right now in my life, And I had to like mourn my grandson moving out and moving on,
I
and
remember, yeah.
now I feel like it would be more healthy for him if I move on with my life. Rather than texting him every single morning, have a good day, have a good day, he's not 6.
Bless your
So,
heart.
so and I think to myself, where do I want to be for my last stretch of life? And
Exactly.
in my head, why not fulfill my fantasy of being, on an island, or living that sort of,
Hmm.
not tied to a mortgage and not tied to a car payment, and just, you know what I mean?
Hmm. I do. Well, and I'll share this with you for what it's worth, because I'm trying to make some major adjustments along those same guidelines, like realizing my best life and my needs and choices for that best life at this stage are not the same as they were when I was 30 or when I was 40.
Right.
Um, I don't have a mortgage payment and I don't have a car payment. And I'm still, which I wouldn't trade that situation for anything, so grateful every day for that. But it's still like right now, I'm in the middle of trying to deal with some issues with both of my vehicles. I need a roof on the house, and I have to deal with these
That's
guys
stressful.
trying to rip me off, and whatever. I'm just got a headache with all of it, and I'm just telling you, I don't have the mortgage payment and the car payment. I'm free from that. I could just scale down to 2 suitcases and go anywhere I want if I'm willing to do the work to accomplish the 2 suitcases out of all this.
Right.
So, and I'm trying to figure
Right.
all that out right now too. I really am trying to keep myself, and I think that a lot of us have our what you help me out, Gypsy, our mental health issues.
Yes, yes.
And
And there's a lot to be said about having that home and those things around you because of our mental illness, and not forgetting how lost we are when we don't have it. Because, like, when we scaled
yeah,
down and we went to the beach, I longed to have that yard to play in, and plants to plant, and I didn't have that. We were in a little condo oceanfront. There was no yard. It was sand. And little things like that I had missed, and my own art on the wall, or my own little touch. And
yeah.
so that's hard.
Well, especially right now, as somebody touched on earlier, about the Florida real estate.
Yeah.
There, because I follow that a good bit, because I am sensing some shifts for myself, in the near future. So I'm watching it a little more than I might normally be. But renting, being a tenant, renters are jacking up rent. Condo dwellers, condo owners, even you own a condo. But what's happening right now, and y'all don't take my Debbie Downer word for it, look it up. Okay. People, like, the condo HOA, their insurance is going up like 65% in the past 3 years, over the past 3 years.
Wow.
And now you look at building products, building supplies, repairs, maintenance, all of these things are costing close to twice as what they were a couple of years ago. I'm not trying to fearmonger. I'm telling you my truth. One guy at my shop told me that I was getting close to needing new brakes and rotors and pads on my car. So I do everything. Well, let me not say that so extreme. I do a lot of things myself. I don't change my own brakes. I would if I had the time, but I don't. But what I'm saying is, I buy all my own parts because I research the shit out of everything.
Right.
And so I did my research and I bought my parts for my brake service on my car. And then it was 2 brothers that ran this shop that I've been with for 8 years. They split up. The one that's still there, I went in and was like, oh, I've got my own brakes because your brother told me last year I was going to need. And he's like, your brakes are fine. I was like, really? So anyway, I still have my brake parts. But the reason I'm bringing that up is when the brother told me I was going to need new brakes soon, then a year later when I was going back in the shop for oil changes and everything, and that's when I went ahead and bought my brake parts. I had the estimate from a year before when brother tried to sell me the brakes. The same exact brakes, same company, brand, doubled in price. Doubled. And I'm running into that because I run my own house. I buy all my own stuff. I'm ordering parts for my camper van right now. I had to stop doing that to get on here with you at 3 o'clock.
I'm sorry.
No. I'm buying tires. I'm just, I'm just saying I don't go to the shop and just let them do what they do and put whatever they want to put in and hand me my bill. I have researched oil filters. I've researched everything I'm doing right now on these vehicles. And so I'm just saying that to lend credence to why I understand the price changes I'm seeing on things. And I'm seeing videos on YouTube, cabin filter, Rock Auto. Yeah. There you go, October. I'm in the same boat. Exactly. Is how much it's all going up. And so I think where I was rambling away from is the fact that if you think you're going to rent a house or you're going to rent or buy a condo or rent an apartment, all those expenses are being handed to you, to your rent. You're the renter. And so, as I was alluding to earlier, people that live in mobile homes, their lot rent is doubling, literally doubling. Like, here's a letter. Yesterday, your lot rent was $700. Now it's $1,300. Starting, whatever. People, they can't pay it. They can't keep up. The HOA fees are going through the roof. So people that bought condos are living like within their means, and then all of a sudden their HOA fees are jacked up so much that they can't even afford, So be careful with that.
Wow.
My motto of that whole lecture is just that if you can live within your means independently, meaning if you have to scale down your dwelling, your quality of domestic life a little bit to stay in control of your own dwelling, is much safer than what I see these people going through right now.
Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, I see what you're saying. I hate HOAs. Aren't they a crock of shit?
Well, I just don't even, I'm too much of a control freak to live like that.
Yeah,
Anyway,
yeah.
I know a lot of people do. I know it's great that your neighbors, aren't having bonfires and 6 junk cars in the yard and things like that. But I've tried that lifestyle. And part of the time for 5 years, the first 5 years I was in South Carolina, before I did the Thurman house, I bought a townhouse because I'd been in a big 4-bedroom pool home down here in Florida, taking care of everything myself while I was raising the kids. And when we moved to South Carolina, I thought, let me give myself a rest from all that. And they were both in school. Everything was so busy.
I love a townhouse. I do. I love them.
Little League now and whatever. So I moved us into a very nice 2-story townhouse right in the middle of town. And I did love a lot of things about that.
Yeah.
But I also, and this is an individual thing, I couldn't go out to my car without some other neighbor being out there. I couldn't walk 50 feet up the hill to our bank of mailboxes, without having to be social with somebody. And might be somebody
Right.
I'm antisocial, like I established 2 hours ago. So,
Hey, lady. Right.
I tried. I don't like feeling like instead of a driveway, it's a parking lot.
Yeah.
I'm just weird about that stuff. And that's, like I said, that's an individual thing.
Yeah. I can't even get the stuff I need for basic upgrades after ordering. It's wow.
Yeah, I'm seeing expenses, and the chatter about the expenses right now across the board, whether it's car parts or food or home repairs. Yeah, I haven't had cable for 12 years. I haven't had a cable bill for 12 years. Nothing. Stuff like that's easy to get rid of. But I forgot what I was saying, Gypsy.
We even bought don't laugh, but we bought there was a video store that was closing down, and we bought like a case of movies that were kiddie movies, and because they were small. And for like 2 or 3 years, we didn't have cable because they were watching the same damn crap over and over anyway. So it would have been a waste of money to have had.
Well, I lost a lot of my. I never was really mainstream with TV and all. Like, and nobody take offense. We're all individuals. I'm not judging anybody, so don't judge me. like freaking Hallmark movies and Lifetime.
Oh God.
And then even when you get to the ghost hunting shows, and what was it? The History Channel was coming out years ago with the ancient alien stuff. I mean, it's all interesting
Mm-hmm.
to a point, but I'm sorry, people. I'm here to, just kill the messenger. But that stuff is so much garbage. It's so pseudo production. It is produced for entertainment, for your
Mm-hmm.
cable dollar. It's, that. So I just stopped watching any of that. So I
Yeah.
guess what I'm saying is it's really difficult for me to get any pleasure out of the offerings from those venues. I watch a little bit of movies here and there on like Amazon Prime, but all the cable stuff. I stayed in a hotel about a month or two, not even 2 months ago. I was up there visiting Mama in Georgia, and she's in a nursing home now. So I stayed in that hotel, and this is how weird my life is, y'all. Like I'm in this hotel, and they got the flat screen, and the cable, and the free HBO and stuff, and this is like a foreign thing to me. Like I literally live without any of that crap for years. So if I'm at somebody's house and the TV's on, it is so distracting to me. So I sat there in my hotel room one night, about the third night I was there, and I thought, all right, the one thing I did do is I was like, let me see what the movies on HBO are, which was mostly garbage. I found like 2 movies out of a 3-day span that I would even want to enjoy. But one night I said, all right, I'm going to expose myself to this beast. I'm going to sit here and go through every single freaking channel
And see if you like anything.
Yeah, because it's been so long since I took all that in. And it really was disturbing to me. It really was. I'm sorry to be like that, but absolutely scapegoat. God, I love that.
Yeah.
I am just the biggest. Ghost Hunters was the last series that I was ever recording on my DVR and watching when I had cable. It was like Donna. It was probably about 12, 15 years ago. God, I keep losing my train of thought because I've run my mouth for so long. But so I watched all those channels, just flip through in a few minutes of all the typical stuff. Y'all have cable, you know what I was seeing. But oh my God, like all of these commercials and everything on the infomercials and the regular commercials on all these channels. I was sitting here going, oh yeah, now remember why we're all so fucked up, because all day long, people are hearing about how not good enough they are, how not pretty enough, not thin enough, not rich enough. All right.
It's brainwashing.
All right. If anybody's interested in this subject, and I don't blame you if you're not,
It's brainwashing.
go look up Edward Bernays. Edward Bernays. He was one of the Nazis that came over with Project Paperclip when they recruited everybody over here after World War II. He is known as I'll screw this up. He's known as the father of propaganda. They brought him over here, and he indeed is an icon in all of our westernized marketing, with our entire lifetime, and our parents too, more or less. But that's where all of this kind of advertising and marketing and psyop behind it all came from, was from Edward Bernays. He was the master of it. And that's what seeded it back in the 40s and 50s. And it's just grown exponentially from there. So I'm just giving you a perspective of somebody who removed themselves from those influences and that exposure, and then what it's like to go back and take a peek at it again. And it was every bit as awful as I remember. I thought, honestly, I went through all those cable channels and saw all of that spew that is going into millions of brains every day. And I said, I'm going back in my bubble now. I remember why I don't get along with Western society, and I remember I don't expose myself.
I bet you're real productive though, not having a TV.
Yes, but that then enters the fibromyalgia and the chronic fatigue and the,
yeah.
whatever. I could do better than I do. And it's just situational stuff. I got myself in this big house and this big property that is just completely overwhelming maintenance. I have zero hired help. I do everything myself.
Do you really?
And yes, and it is stupid. It is so stupid. I have 46-inch lawn tractors and I have golf carts to get across the property that the batteries die and things rust and break. And
where do you get your energy?
I don't. I have none. I am just working on all this stuff, just keeping stuff glued together all the time. But that's why I've got to do something to rectify my situation.
Yeah.
I don't have time for my artwork. I don't have time for my other passions and hobbies. I don't have time to travel. It's a wonderful place, but it's either in hiring help. That's another topic that's never been my thing either. I have friends that are more traditional thinking, people in their lifestyles, and like, why don't you just hire some help? Well, in the immediate sense, I agree with that. If I could find the right person,
to do it the way you would do it,
burden off while I transition through whatever it is I need to pack and move and sell, and when to get me through this chapter of things. But I've just never. I have to age. I have to think different than I'm used to thinking, because I'm used to the mindset that if I can't be independent, then I'm living the wrong life. If I need housekeeping,
I like to think of it as delegating. Have you ever worked in management where you had employees under you? So
well, small scale, yeah.
Think of it in the sense as though you were delegating it, not that they're doing it for you.
Exactly.
But maybe that'll help. Maybe
that's a very good point, Dipsy. That's a very good point. Yeah. Delegating the workload.
My husband is wanting me to come and go to dinner, so I'm going to.
Just as you said that, I glanced at the time because I haven't even seen the time the whole time. And just as you were saying that, I looked up at that. I was like, "Oh my God! No wonder I'm 7 o'clock."
But I want to pick up where we left off tomorrow. I don't know if you saw or not, but my topic is this more talk about have you found your personal Jesus, meaning what we were talking about earlier.
I just laughed the other day when you put up that thumbnail because that exact.
I've got it back up.
I saw it. That exact meme. I used to use that on Facebook all the time when I was still on.
I do too.
I love that.
I love that meme. Yeah. So.
Have you found Jesus?
I love that.
As soon as I saw that, oh my God, I hadn't seen that picture in so long. It's one of my favorites.
I wonder how many people don't see that that's him behind the curtain.
I do too.
I love
it. They're going, what? I don't get it. These little toes sticking out under the curtain.
The sandals. I love it.
Most ingenious thing. Poor Kenny's probably starving to death. Is Kenny making dinner for us?
No, I think we're gonna go get something. I think
we're hanging up, May. You're not gonna miss anything because we're all about to go eat.
Yeah, we're gonna go eat, so you can get your butt picture back out there, man.
Well, I'm sorry I ended up keeping you so long. I felt like I did.
No, I wanted to, and hopefully we'll pick back up tomorrow. So,
and I hope I'm not boring everybody to death. I just have so many.
I think that there's a lot of us that are interested in these topics, and they're just not getting to get discussed, So
yeah, I don't expect everybody to, think the same way or view the same views.
That's the fun of it, is hearing different perspectives and what works for you, what might work for somebody else. So, us exchanging information can help somebody, I hope.
Well, are we going to find out what's going on the YouTube streets tonight?
Probably.
Hey, somebody.
Or do they take Saturday off? Do they take Saturday off, or is it Sunday off?
Jimbo takes Sunday off.
Okay.
Jimbo, they usually do. They don't always, but that's their norm. Is Sunday is their off day. Yeah. But I've been in my own world all day up until I got on with you. We've been here for hours. So I have no idea what's going on the Jerry Springer YouTube streets today. We might have missed some big stuff.
These troll names are so funny.
I wish everybody just sit down and shut up. That's what I
No, right?
damn.
All right. Well, I'll see y'all in the streets, and hopefully you can stop by tomorrow.
Are you gonna do 3 o'clock again, you think?
Yeah.
Or you haven't decided
Yeah.
yet?
Yeah, hopefully after the church crowd.
Yeah. Okay. I'll try to get my stuff caught up so I'll be available sometime around there. But I'm getting dizzy. I'm so hungry now.
Yeah, we're
I'm
gonna
feeling like I'm gonna go make a pig on myself right this minute.
Well, good to see you, and we'll talk to you tomorrow.
All right. Good night, y'all.
Bye, y'all. Bye.
I don't know how to get off here. Oh, leave studio.
Life is harder than I like to think, but it's easy when you're by my side. No point in calling, you just have to see the fundamentals of our life tonight. Cause I've been looking at a photograph of you, and I've been thinking about all